Yeah.
Very negative-minded.
Uh-huh.
Very, very negative-minded. And we are dealing now with changing medications for her anxiety and nerve medications. So my question is, the mind being non-physical,
Yes. I wouldn't say that yet. Did we?
well, over the 16 years coming to Kadampa Center,
I
we
know,
have
but I'm trying to keep some
said
other
that.
people's in suspense. You're stealing my thunder.
Oh,
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, Julie.
But I can't say that with, I can't pose my question without assuming that. So how does the
Medicine work.
Yeah, the physical changing the brain chemical.
Okay, we'll talk about that.
Okay.
So perfect. I think that comes this morning,
Okay.
and then make sure I answer the question. Okay, as best I can. Anybody else have? Everyone have a drink, because I don't want to drink on by myself. Okay. So excuse me while if I do drink. If everyone gets a little cup, I can share it. Okay. So that question is really, really important and very germane to what we're talking about. I thought maybe it's good to situate it in when we get to that part of the discussion. Because medication is sort of a big deal in our culture, isn't it? Yeah. But then there's the broader question of the relationship between the physical and the mental, and so that's good. Okay. Anything from yesterday? Specifically, no. It's clear. We didn't get too far, but okay. So what we're talking about. So I think in order to put this also in context or remind ourselves, it's a very, very tough transition to make as to what really happiness is. If we can get to the point where we accept that every living being is trying to be happy, then the next step is, that's not too big of a step. But to go from that to what it means to be happy I think that's a bigger step. I think even day to day we don't and if you're like me, don't even remember that we're talking about mental happiness as happiness, and that the situation for mental happiness we could say is mental health. And then we can begin to talk about, well, what is mental health? That's a really important question. Okay, so that's what we're doing here, really. That was the intention behind the misleading mind, was because I myself was frustrated at the different ideas, or the confusion, actually, around mental health and what it means to be, what even the meaning of psychology is, and what the intent is behind it, and that sort of thing. Okay, so I'm sure you want to see a different slide. If you have a psychology, or if there's a theory of psychology, I'm trying to think, is there any theory of psychology that doesn't have a theory of therapy? Is it, you know what I mean? Is it merely philosophical, or is it merely theoretical? Can you think of any? I mean, I don't think I can. Like any system of psychology or assistance that doesn't have a theory that doesn't have a practice behind it? I'm sure it's not something we would normally think about, but if you think about it for a moment, I mean, philosophy in the Western, modern, well, not in the Western or European sense, philosophy wouldn't necessarily have a practice with it, would it? Yeah. Would psychology? Always has a therapy, doesn't it? I think. I haven't thought of a... So it's a little bit different than philosophy in the sense that psychology will carry an intervention of some sort. But philosophy doesn't. It doesn't always. So in the Buddhist sense, of course, philosophy does carry a practice or a therapy, right? And psychology does carry, Buddhist psychology does, like all psychology, I think, all theories. I can ask David now that he's coming in. Can you think of and Karen, can you guys think of a psychological theory that doesn't have therapy accompanying it? See, he probably never thought of it, huh? What's a theory. Psychoanalysis is a theory, right?
It's a
But
psychoanalytic perspective, and psychoanalyst never refers to it as therapy.
but it is therapy. It's an intervention.
What about positive psychology? Is that a therapy or an intervention?
Well, if you have a theory of, if your theory is positive psychology, aren't there positive psychologists?
Yeah.
As a goal.
But do they have a, is there a system of intervention specifically? Yeah, I think so for positive psychology. Yeah. And I think psychoanalytic theory, despite what they might say, you do go into a psychoanalytical therapist, right?
Psychoanalysts.
A psychoanalyst, that's what I mean.
Never refer to themselves as therapists.
Well, that's okay. But I mean on a, that's just their thing.
Okay.
But they have an intervention, right? Okay. Their intervention is you lie on the couch and you free associate, and they sit behind you, and that's right. I mean, they have a way of helping you. They have a system, right? Or is it just theory? Philosophy is often just theory. Think about it. She doesn't agree with me yet, so.
No, I'm.
That's okay, you don't have to agree.
What I was thinking about, that any relationship then therefore is an intervention. The minute you interact with someone, it's an intervention.
I guess I would say a structured or a organized intervention.
Are you done talking? Yeah. I'm thinking about it. It's a good thing to think about.
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
Okay.
Thinking.
In the Buddhist system of thought, much of it, as I mentioned, is psychology. I mention one, was it last night? No, I don't think last night. I think maybe the first night. That the Buddhists, what Buddha himself taught is collected into three different collections, right? We call this three baskets, right? Technically, that's what they're called. So these three collections of all the Buddhist teachings fall into one of those three. And I had always thought that, and I still think, that all of those three collections, all those 100 volumes that fit in three, I have this sort of romantic notion that they're all psychology. Because if the central purpose in Buddhist practice is to develop a healthy mind, then could there be anything that Buddha taught that wouldn't be designed to develop a healthy mind? I don't think so. Now, they're labeled, like one of the baskets, so His Holiness Dalai Lama has said, I read recently, he himself in one of the, I don't know, can't remember where it was, but he himself said that he identified that two of those collections are clearly psychology. And he said the third one, if it is usually described as the teachings on ethics. Vinaya is in the Sanskrit word. So the teaching on ethics, but if you think about ethics, why ethics? For people who never thought about it or don't know this, the ethics in Buddhist ethics, which is the class we're not going to talk about Buddhist ethics specifically, but the whole idea of Buddhist ethics is designed for what? Mm-hmm. Protection of what? Yeah. So there's no Buddhist, if you really study the ethics, there's no ethics there that is articulated because it's right. You shouldn't kill because killing is wrong. It's not articulated that way. The ethics are always articulated in the sense of what protects the mind, what creates a healthy mind. I think that that's very, 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 not just important, but helpful. So when we are teaching other people or explaining to other people about why we don't kill, or it looks very ethical, it can look religious. If you can identify it if you can link it with the mental attitude that accompanies the ethics or the breaking of the ethics, and how, then it becomes a very rich conversation. It's a much richer conversation. Richer, I mean, in the sense of helpful, probably, in learning, to talk about not killing as a methodology to create a more healthy mind, or to protect the mind from being unhealthy. Now, in just a casual conversation, that's a little tricky, because you might have to get into the philosophy, right? The philosophy of, like, you're just saying to someone, well, you shouldn't kill because it really makes your mind berserk. It does do that, killing. But you can't say it that way, because the link might be a bit distant. But most people in our culture are not familiar with the functioning of their minds, right? There's a lack of awareness, self-awareness. Otherwise, and I was reading, Lama Yeshe used to say that Buddhism, so the intervention, if it's a psychology, then it has to have a therapy. Okay, what's the therapy in Buddhism?
Meditation.
Yes, meditation, which I often try to refer to as mind training, because meditation sometimes is a very specific, but we have a vast, meditation is one part of mind training, we could say. It's the main part. But you could also, like, debate, and contemplation, and those things are also mind training, if done with that intention. So Lama Yeshe say that meditation, why meditation? Why is it the therapy in Buddhism? Is because it, what is meditation? So meditation, one way of looking at it, I think the primary way to look at it in terms of this context is, well, the word meditation in Tibetan is gom. The word is gom. I think it's so helpful to look at the word gom, as we mentioned one night. It means to become familiar. We never hear meditate. You never see in the literature, the common literature, like if you tell people mindfulness, well, what is mindfulness? Oh, it's meditation. Oh, well, what does it do? I find it really good for my stress. Okay, that's not meditation in the Buddhist context. Okay, Buddhist context means to become familiar. So you could be practicing mindfulness and not becoming familiar, couldn't you? If you're just spacing out, Rinpoche asked this question once, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. If you're spacing out, meaning you're meditating, kind of spacing out, is it virtuous or non-virtuous? What do you think? Well, we haven't talked about virtue and non-virtue, but does it produce happiness or not? You ever thought about it? Any people space out in their meditation? Thank you for being honest. It kind of feels good, right? It's like taking a bath.
Temporary relief.
Huh?
Relief.
Relief. So, is it virtuous? It's not.
What is spacing out for you?
Oh, you don't space out, that means. You're the lucky one.
There's
Blank. Like, yeah. This is for the streaming thing. Just ask, you can ask me that.
Oh, what do you mean by spacing out?
Yeah, so that's a good question. That worries me that you don't know. No, we know. Spacing out is sort of well, I don't know, there's many, I'm just thinking to myself, it's like you know it when you see it. What's that expression? You know something when you see it? What is that? Huh?
Pornography is how it's used.
Oh yeah, that's how it's used. Yeah. Thank you. I wasn't thinking it was pornography. I thought it was like some animal or something. You know when you see it. Spacing out is really it's a very dull mind actually, and it probably comes when you're sitting in meditation, or you could not be meditating. You're not aware of your thoughts. There's a lack of awareness, even though you think you're aware. You might start from being aware. So for myself, I'm spacing out. Maybe I'm focusing on something in meditation, and then I lose my object of focus, and my mind is in a sort of a comfortable state, and it sort of stay there. But there's a cloudiness, actually, not clarity. There's not clarity. When you have clarity, you could space out, even in the clarity. You could. It's a lack of, well, you want to get technical. So when we just talk about meditation, that's why mindfulness, I'm generalizing, but the movement in mindfulness is a little bit, well, it's often very watered down. So in actual meditation, when we practice Buddhist therapy, which is what this is, awakened psychology. When Buddhist therapy and meditation, you actually need three things. Okay? So, and this is what's often forgotten. In the mindfulness movement, and again, I'm generalizing, so I don't want to offend anybody, but generally what it means is non-judgmental awareness. I think that's one way mindfulness is explained. This sort of open awareness. So that's okay, but that could be very much spacing out. Probably at most time, I think, for people, which feels good. And there's some benefit in the sense that, you become more and more aware of your stress and and your triggers and, reactivity, things like that. So there's benefit. But real Buddhist therapy, which we'll say / meditation or mind training, has to incorporate focus, discernment or discrimination, and recollection. They're not that, they are different, and that's why they're talking about three of them. So let's say that your focus is the breath. That's a very common one. So focus, breath. So you keep your focus on the breath. Discernment is the quality of your focus. There's a little tiny part of your mind that's aware if you're spacing out, like losing the focus, or distractions are coming in. So that's discernment. There's a part of your mind that is kind of watching that. So there's a vigilance. And then recollection really has to do with remembering the object of meditation, or the breath itself. So it seems like discernment and recollection are the same, but they're not. Discernment is actually discerning the quality of your mind during the meditation. Recollection is really being aware, are you losing the object, okay? As we develop our practice, so just to add a little bit technicality to that. There's 9 stages that we go through in developing concentration, single-pointed concentration, meditation, whatever you want to call it. There's 9 stages. So those things, recollection and discernment, are very important because particularly discernment, we can think we're very focused, but what comes later and as we advance is subtle laxity, it's called, and subtle excitement, but particularly subtle laxity, which means subtle. What's another word? That's the technical term, laxity. The mind is too loose, and that's recognized through discernment. You could be sitting focusing on the breath for maybe even a couple hours. So one might think, oh, I've developed single-pointed. I'm at the 9th stage. Yeah. But that discernment gets that there's a subtle. That's the last thing to go, is this subtle laxity. Okay? So that's what we need. So if you start with discernment and recollection from the very first day of your meditation development, you carry those. And by the way, discernment and recollection are also mental factors. So what happens is we develop those in our meditation. When you're out in your daily life, they're functioning too. You become aware that, oh, my mind's a little foggy right now, or my mind, I'm not focusing on my task. I'm not here in the moment. Whatever it is, you catch yourself spacing out, losing focus, and then as your meditation session becomes more and more refined, when you're out in the world, it just carries over. So you do meditate while you're out in the world. It's just a different kind of meditation. Definitely, we talked about that the other night. There should not be a lack of correlation between your sitting practice, your therapy, and your life in the world. They should overlap. They should intersect. How about that? Okay? And that doesn't happen sometimes for a very long time. But there is no separation for this. There's no church on Sunday and the rest of the life, the rest of the week. This doesn't exist. I mean, it might exist by habit, but not in theory. Okay? Yeah, David.
So is this,
You got to use the mic. You have to use the microphone.
oh, I'm sorry.
I hope this is helpful. I don't. Yeah. Okay.
So, and just in thinking of my own spacing out and how often that happens, it to me it feels like a laxity with a lack.
Yes.
With a lack of focus.
I think
right?
so.
It's just, but I'm awake, but I'm just
Yeah.
floating. There's no focus.
I think so. I think to answer your question about, because you asked about what spacing out means, I think that captures. I think it has more to do with the laxity mind than the excited mind. Okay, I think excited mind is very, I mean, we might say very distracted, even though laxity is a distraction also. But I don't think spacing out, just in the common use of the term, probably doesn't mean the excited mind. It could be, but you know what I mean? Excited mind, I tend to think it's sort of distracted, you're all over the place. Laxity is seductive, actually. It can be quite seductive too.
I can recognize what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I study Theravada meditation.
Yeah.
So when I'm doing my bowing, when I'm doing my practice,
Mhm.
prostrations,
Mhm.
I can see I would be doing things, saying things before,
Mhm.
or I forget.
Yeah.
You know, just the small steps.
Yes.
I could identify what you're saying.
Yeah. That has to do, that might be a little more related with focus, right? Yeah. Anyway, it's just, we're just talking generally. I don't want, if we get technical, then we can get technical. But I just want to get a sense of what spacing out means, okay? Now, awakened psychology, let's get back to this idea. Excuse me. 1,002. Okay. Awakened psychology. So this is, again, for my, those of you who are longtime Buddhists and those who are new, doesn't matter. This is an important concept in that the goal of Buddhist, so we have, very clear, we have Buddhism is a psychology. Primarily it's a psychology. Of course, cultures make it into different religions or systems that fit their culture. We can be clear about that. But my teacher, Lama Yeshe, was very adamant. And when I said, remember I said about being able to explain these teachings to your mother? He would say that if you understand that that Buddhism is universal, means universal principles, boy, that's easy. That's much easier. We might not see how but we got to go beyond. So when we talking about bodhicitta or the awakening mind, we talk about emptiness. We talk about dependent arising. We talk about even prostrations. Remember the other day we talked about prostrations for a moment. I just try to discipline myself to see what the universal concept is there, or principle. And I just really encourage you to do the same, particularly as new. Buddhism's new to America, relatively new. We're not established here yet. Now, if you're in Sri Lanka or in Thailand, I don't think you have to. I mean, there's probably a place to ask that question, but they're really established. They have it fitting within it's culturally aligned already. We're not. So if we think about Buddhism coming here, what's becoming our religion? What's our system of thought here? Let's just say America. It's really hard terms because what's America? But in this modern culture of ours, what is the system of thought? Trying to achieve? Huh? Materialism. Yeah, and I agree. And how has materialism been sophisticated? I can't say that.
Prosperity theology.
Prosperity theology. I'm looking for another word. I'm looking for another. Consumerism and what was the first? Materialism are sort of byproducts of this theory. Well, they're not. They're related. But what is it I'm looking for? What's the religion? Huh? Hedonism. Capitalism. Accumulation. It's really a good trick to know the answer yourself. Science. Scientific theory, which is rationalism. Materialism, like you said. Materialism is, in a way, another expression of science. Isn't it? Scientists is based upon what's measurable, what's observable. I think that without intellectualizing, if you just think about people, what their system of thought is, I think you'll say it's rationalism or science. For example, let's say, I'm trying to think of a really sort of intense experience you might have. Maybe sickness or something. What's your immediate refuge? I mean, what do you immediately rely on? Yeah, doctor, an expert. I said immediate because that kind of shows where we're at. After a while, you go, oh, wait a minute, okay, I get it. And then people go to God or maybe to Buddhism, their system. But if you think spontaneous, for a long time, right? For a long time, you're spontaneous. Like my dad used to say, well, science will fix it. We used to argue with him about the pollution and all the cars. And he said, well, that's for your generation to figure out, but science will figure it out. You read the newspaper, right? Isn't that, and you look at climate change, what's happening? Science will figure it out. I mean, people don't necessarily feel secure with that, but that's where they go. Do you think science will figure that out? Okay, we'll leave that for now. So an awakened psychology means this psychology. So, yeah. I don't know if I have the slide here, so I'll jump ahead and just say, I'm not sure I'm jumping ahead. But in modern psychology, and again, we're just going to generalize for the sake of conversation and making a point. In modern psychology, modern psychotherapy, what is the goal? And make it very practical. You go to a therapist. What's the goal?
Bring you back up to normal.
Bring you back up. Hmm? Mental stability. Oh, I forgot I'll repeat it. One person said, what did you say? Bring back up.
Back to normal.
Yeah. Now say it.
Bring back to normal.
And then you said stability, right? Okay. Anybody else? Come on.
Being able to get by.
Being able to get by. Huh.
Identification of the problem so you can work to solve it.
Identification of the problem so you can work to solve it. I'll repeat when people don't have the microphone.
Just to function.
To function.
In a normal life, as you would think of it.
Okay. Function in a normal life. Those are pretty good.
To work and to play, the capacity to love,
The capacity to love,
the capacity to love, the capacity to work, and the capacity to play.
the capacity to love, the capacity to work, and the capacity to play. Is that Fritz Perl? Okay. Is that you?
No, it's Freud.
It's Freud. Boy, he was a good example of that. No.
He's talking about it as a goal.
Yeah, I know.
He didn't make it.
Isn't that it? No. Love. I like the love one. That makes sense. So, and those, I know I ask all the time, and I think it's only Condola now who's worked in mental health. Anyone else? Mental health? Right. So do you study the DSM 5, 4, 3? Mm-hmm. The DSM is the diagnostic manual. In other words, all the diagnoses are in there. And when you're, particularly in certain environments, like when I was working at Stanford, I had to apply diagnoses to people because you can't get your insurance to pay if you don't have a diagnosis, oftentimes. Now it's changing a little bit, thank God. But anyway, so you'd have to diagnose people. Okay? Label. Yeah. You have to pathologize them. Psychopathology. Now think about this as a system of thought. So in the DSM-5 or 4, it lists all the mental disorders, so not physical ones. So my favorite always was trichotillomania. You know what that is? Karuna, remember trichotillomania? It's such a, yeah, it's pulling your hair out. But see, uh-oh. No, it's okay. I won't ask you how you know. But what's interesting about trichotillomania...
I've improved. I use a razor now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, me too. Trichotillomania, see, you might think that's a physical ailment. But it's not. It's not in the, what's the doctor's one? I can't remember the desktop manual, whatever it's called. Huh? Merg, yeah. Where they get their diagnoses from. Yeah, it's not in there. Well,
International Classification of Disease.
I think the DSM now overlaps with that so that you can make a claim. You sometimes have to use ICD code. ICD, right? Yeah. Anyway, the point is it's considered a mental disorder, trichotillomania. But most of them are like bipolar disorder and manic depressive disorder, mood disorders, psychotic disorders. How many do you think there are in there? Anybody know? No, they're not Buddhists. How many do you think? Anyone make a guess? What do you think? You remember? It's a trick question. How many diagnoses are in the DSM? I think it's 425. And in the DSM-5, which came out, 4 or 5 years ago, there was one enlightened person on that committee. And he said, we are adding no new diagnoses here. You can't increase the number. So what they did is they took some out so they could put the new ones in. But at least he did that. Otherwise, so in those 425, I think it's 425, might have it's something 497 or 425, something like that. How many? So there's the statistical manual, all the diagnoses, and I asked these two mental health practitioners. What was the diagnosis for health?
Absence of disease.
Absence of disease. When you look at the DSM, and I know this, when you look at the DSM, does it ever say what the goal is, or just say what to be free of? In other words, it has all the diagnoses. Does it ever say to get here? It doesn't, by the way. It does have a scale of functioning, right? Remember, there's scales of good functioning, poor functioning. You know, it's so relative. It's like, good functioning means you're not crying anymore, and you can go to work, right? That's the good functioning. You're not depressed. You can go to work. Your life functioning is your life actions. What's the word I'm looking for? Are functioning. You're able to get up and make coffee in the morning. You can go to work on time.
Activities of daily living.
Excuse me.
Activities of daily
Activities of daily living. You got all good. Thank you for. Boy. Now, that's kind of sad, actually. Now I know that there's many philosophies, in our modern culture that are not related with that view. But if our religion and our priests are becoming therapists and psychology, we got to improve on that. Because just functioning is not really a great goal of life. We can do better. So,
I think the inherent shortcoming of all of these systems, not inherent, but embedded in them, is their descriptors of a current state
yeah.
of, it's a snapshot in time.
So what does it say that you
It's
can
kind
achieve?
of, you're assessing one mental moment,
Right. Isn't that sad?
whatever the number of mental moments there are during the assessment time in the office.
It's sad.
And then that gets frozen in time.
Yeah.
Versus what you're talking about.
Well,
is-
and also that you can have a client come in, innocent enough, and you're not a person that's going to say, they're going to come in and just, again, I generalize a lot because it makes it a little easier, but they come in and say, I'm really depressed, my husband left me, and I can't seem to stop crying, and I just, I can't function. And so remember when I talked about the tiger hugging, giving a hug? Sure, I mean, giving a hug, you might have to give a hug, but as a mindset, you're sitting there as a therapist, someone that they're taking, in a sense, refuge in. And all you're holding in your mind is this person to be free of that emotional distress. That's very limited. And that's what most therapists sit in. I'm not saying all, but it's very difficult to have in your mindset something beyond that. If you can, when you do, you sit. It's really a kind of amazing experience to sit with someone who sees beyond your momentary struggle. That's what I say about Lama Yeshe, and probably His Holiness and Lama Zopa. I felt, I said, Lama Yeshe, one of the qualities was you felt hopeful. I felt because when he was looking at me, he saw my enlightenment, okay, my completeness. I might be crying there or struggling or upset, and he's not captured by that. Because he has awareness of impermanence, he has awareness of it's an awakened psychology. So now we shift. Because in Buddhist psychology, that's the goal. They know and they'll describe that there's a state of awakening. Okay? And when we say enlightenment, it sounds a little, I don't know about to you guys, but enlightenment seems a little bit far away. A little bit up in the sky, unfortunately. That's probably our Judeo-Christian upbringing, I don't think it works that way for the Tibetans, for example. But, so that's why I try to find a different kind of like awakening, because Buddha, and Buddha means awakened. That's that literal translation. And in our culture, why do we call it Buddhism? It's a Sanskrit word. I think probably because English is so tolerant of other languages, right? But why don't we call it awakenism? I'm Buddhist. Why don't you say because it doesn't sound so good. I'm an awakening adherent. Now I know why you say Buddhist. Do you see what I mean? The point is, these terms, words carry power. So I like the idea of being awakened, an awakened psychology. So it's a psychology where the goal is an awakened state of mind, and we won't say an awakened place like God, heaven. We don't say that because feels outside. Awakened to me it feels like something inside, something part of my psychology. Doesn't it? So it seems a little more achievable. So that's the difference when you think about, when you reflect upon Western or modern psychology and Buddhist psychology. Think a little bit also, well, what's the goal here? And the goal in modern psychology is very vague. It depends on the system. I think we need awakened psychology. We need a modern articulation of awakened psychology. We need awakened psychology. Okay, we need Buddhist psychology. We need Buddhist therapists. I don't like saying that because it sounds like religious. So, you follow me. And when I say that, I mean someone who understands psychology from the point of view of the Buddhist psychology or the awakened theory. We need that. That'd be great service to so many people. And then we have to do it in a way that fits this culture, this language, whatever this culture is, and the English language, particularly language that people can follow. Okay? So we cannot say we're Buddhist just because we want to say we're Buddhist. I mean, you can. But if we get strict about it, okay? The Tibetan word for Buddhist, I just use Tibetan word because it's helpful. I don't know what Sanskrit, well, Sanskrit would be Buddhist. The Tibetan word is Nangpa. Very revealing. So Nang means, anyone speak Tibetan here? Studied Tibetan? Nang means, Tibetans, they don't say it's a case language, but it has similarities to a case language. So Nang means inside, or in, I-N.
Can you spell it?
It's right there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Nang means inside, so it's been kind of a case language. If you say, I'm going inside, you have a verb case marker, dro, which means go, and nang. So to say going inside, you say nangdro. Now, this pa is a suffix in a case language which means a person or a being. So it's an inside being. Great word for Buddhists. So instead of saying you're Buddhist, you need to say I'm an inner being. But it's not that easy. Generally, say Buddhist means I follow the philosophy of Buddhism, which is okay. But if you're really a Buddhist, that's a transformation that happens at some point. Not necessarily when we start studying Buddhism, even. It might take years to become an inner being. I mean, probably not, but it can, yeah. Because it's that thing about when you're in the car accident, let's say, or when you're in distress. Where does your mind go? Out or in? For solution.
Out.
We tend to go out.
For a fix.
Yeah. The doctor, the ambulance, or whatever. Or let's not even take something so drastic. You had, let's see, a real common thing.
If you fall down.
Well, even something more emotional, less physical. Space out.
You don't know what's happening for a minute.
No.
I had similar accident.
So when you space, oh, thank you. When you space out, let me see if I can do this. This is why I like doing this job. Go ahead.
Space out in accident.
Space out in accident. What kind of emotional, what kind of problem do we face every day? Anxiety over what? Give me what's the context?
Work.
The to-do list.
Okay, so just to repeat it, anxiety, the to-do list, work, anxiety over work. So my guess is the anxiety arises before you get to work. Maybe you're thinking about the night before, something like that, right? So what's your solution to that? What's a normal solution? Maybe you're going to watch TV, maybe listen to some music, maybe call your friend, coworker, find out, so what's expected of me tomorrow, and who is this guy I'm meeting, or how am I going to be in the meeting that I got to do this presentation, right? So you're not a Buddhist. If that's what you're looking for your solution, doesn't mean you don't do those things. I got to be very clear because I don't want to be too extreme. It's what's your default mode. If your default mode is to investigate how you're viewing the situation, you're getting caught by thinking it exists that way that cause anxiety, then that would be a Buddhist approach. Now there's many, many, many formulas you can use. Everything from emptiness to compassion to bodhicitta to exchanging self with thought transformation. There's 84,000. So we won't go there. But as long as it's somehow regarded, the actual problem is the disturbed mind. And so if it's a mental disturbance, and this comes up later, but if it's a mental disturbance, I'll just ask this question. If it's a mental disturbance, can it have a physical solution? Going to your thing about medicine. We'll get there. If it's a mental, if all of a sudden you turn it, see now, let's go back. Anxiety. Well, it's not a mental problem. It's because that guy who is my manager, who's so critical and condescending and never gives me any approval, is going to be in that meeting. That's pretty anxiety-provoking. I feel all right now, right? That's the kind of thing we make sense of it. That's not a spiritual approach. You are not a spiritual being at that moment. Or Buddhist. I use spiritual because, and then explain what spiritual means. You're not an inner being at that moment. I think a spiritual person, my definition is anybody who seeks to develop their inner potential. And unlimited inner potential. So I didn't say Buddhist. You don't have to be Buddhist, quote Buddhist, to do that. Okay, it's having an acknowledgement that we have this whole inner universe, and it's not tapped, and it's not developed, it's not nurtured, and it's not our default mode. So when we say in the typical Buddhist literature about taking refuge, yeah, refuge is not about thinking about Buddha and your guru out there. I mean, you can do that, of course, you know, but I think ultimately what we're talking about is going inward to those resources. So that Buddha awakened quality that is within us, or the potential of it, the guru's quality that's within us, that sort of thing. That's a higher level of refuge, if nothing else. We could say that going out, refuge to the outer Buddha, outer guru is refuge, it is. But truly as an inner being, it would be some sort of inner relationship. The thing is, it says here, people at different levels. One year, so one of my jobs at Copan was, I mentioned that we have this very well-known meditation course every November. Hundreds and hundreds of people come. In fact, now these days they have to close it to 300 people. They have to limit it to 300 people. And when I was there, it was usually around 180, 150, 200. And so I was along with my wife, would manage these courses along with the Tibetan Sherpa, the monks there. So we were like liaison between the Westerners and the management. So we were part of the management, helping organize these courses. And there was always, Lama Zopa Rinpoche in those days taught almost the whole course. So usually he taught twice a day. He didn't go on quite as long as he did in later years, but still each talk would be 2 to 3 hours. So he'd be teaching 4 to 6 hours a day. Lama Yeshe, then what would happen, and then in between you're doing meditation sessions and getting some other instruction, and that was always led by a Western student, I think always, more or less always a monk or nun, and they would be the course leader. And so it's very intense experience, because also you're getting up, it's a month long. You're supposed to get in the second 2 weeks, you'd get up at 5 in the morning and do precepts and take 1 meal a day and not talk till noon and stuff. So it was rigorous. And these days it's not quite as, they've loosened up. But in those days, and you weren't supposed to leave, the Kopan's on a hill, and you weren't supposed to leave the hill, as all and of course you didn't smoke cigarettes or get high and all those things. You lived within the vows, and so inevitably there'd be people, depending on who the course leader. Some of the course leaders are very strict, and then other ones would be slightly more loose. And so one year that we had one Western American nun who was teaching, very, very big-hearted nun, and so it was kind of, somehow they translated as it got kind of loose. We heard people were leaving the hill and going and getting apple pie in Kathmandu and smoking cigarettes. I mean, you hear these things. It was very remote then. It was very isolated, I should say. So, I remember going and talking to Lama Yeshe about this problem, with people leaving and becoming kind of slack, and I thought for sure I'm going to have an ally in my complaints, right? I don't know what it was with me. It took me so long to learn that whatever I did, I was going to get criticized for it. But I kept trying. I was like, yeah, I don't know. I just hoping for a different result, right? So I remember explaining it to him and thinking, he's going to rein in this American nun and tell her, you need to tighten the ship up. I remember he looked at me and he just said, people are at different levels, dear. And that was it. So tolerant, so understanding. He didn't care. I mean, he cared, but he looked at the positive side. The people that maybe had a very difficult time being there were putting themselves in that environment for a month and trying and getting some benefit. And of course he cared about the overall rules and that sort of thing, but that wasn't the point. He wasn't being ruled by the rules. So people are at different levels, dear. So when I talk about inner refuge and then taking refuge, of course, it depends on one's level, right? So I'm talking also in absolutes. Only by investigating the nature of our underlying dissatisfaction can we come to see the whole story, and from that point, find a way out of our situation. Okay. We were talking the other night about some of the ideas, like with positive psychology and different kinds of consulting, appreciative inquiry. I don't know if people know about these things. And the work that I had, the kind of therapy I did with I felt very aligned with narrative therapy. They were not comfortable, they are not comfortable with looking at problems, particularly causes. The reason is because it's a reaction to what they see as more the oppressive, pathologizing theories of earlier therapy and consulting. If you think about what we talked about a few minutes ago, you look at coming from Freudian theory on up to fairly recent time, it was about understanding the pathology. Then there are some movements in psychology that said, wow, that seems very oppressive. And they can be. It seems very oppressive, seems very negative, very problem-oriented, very pathologizing. So then people begin to identify themselves as their pathology. And so, I'm a very depressed person. Maybe they don't say it exactly that way, but that's how they begin to think of themselves. So, there's the conversation around that they would have when they come into the office or in theory with psychology is a conversation around the pathology. And it still happens today, although there's a lot of movement away from that. I think that a movement away from that is a little bit tricky because I think instinctively, maybe it's just our culture, but instinctively we tend to think in terms of the negative. In fact, the science shows we're negative bias, right? So when we talk about pathology, it fits our probably instinctive habit, whenever you want to say, to think negatively. Okay? So that negative slant, there was a reaction, many good people, of course, which was let me rephrase it. What has happened is a movement away from analyzing the problem, because the traditional therapies and approaches was to analyze the problem, the causes. And what happened with the causes in modern psychology, as we know, so if you're depressed, let's say, and you're involved in trying to understand depression, then in the traditional therapies and theories, how would that depression be explained? Depend on the theory, right? Depend on the therapist's theory. So some of the ways to explain depression, and I'm again generalizing. Were you a psychoanalyst? Did you like that theory? That resonate for you?
Yeah, I was trained in lots of systems theory, and then Winnicott, psychoanalytic.
Okay, So we have theories like psychoanalytic theory. We have systems theory. We have family systems theory. We have narrative or constructivist theory. We have substance abuse theory. So in psychoanalytic, if that's your theory, then depression would be something having to do with the again, generalizing, so just let me make my point. No, I don't. You can argue with me too. Would be something having to do, let's just say, traditionally with the relationship with your mother. Okay? If you were, and then that evolved, and you got Jungian was coming into the scene, who was had been a colleague of Freud, and then he started seeing it that a different way. And we started talking about archetypes, like you had in these sort of inherent, and that's inherent qualities. And so depression might be explained as a disconnect, or something with the archetypes, the shadow, and things like that, right? Unconscious, the relationship between the unconscious and the conscious or subconscious, like that. And then evolved, and you talked about systems theory. Well, particularly family systems theory. So then it became your family system was dysfunctional. Or maybe triangulation in the system, where you were triangulated between, your father and mother didn't have much intimacy, and then they used you as a way to have intimacy, like that, right? These are theories to explain the depression. Okay? This is not a psychology class, that kind of psychology, so I'm not going to go into, but just to give you an idea. So then you had narrative theory, or constructivist theory, which was interesting, or the other systems, family systems, and the alcoholic model, or the addiction model, which was that you grew up in an alcoholic family. Yeah, but no one in my family drank. Yeah, I know, but there was, what about their grandparents? Oh yeah, my grandfather, yeah, he hid a bottle in the garage. See, so as a result, right? So you fit it into the alcoholic model. You gotta make it fit. There's nothing wrong. People are trying to make sense of the world, and they get a philosophy or psychological theory, and then they try and, that's kind of the big activity of therapists, is that, the exciting thing. Let me figure out how this works. And we're going to figure it out together. Right? Don't they do, in that kind of part of therapy, is you figure it out together. So, so what's that saying? If you give a kid a hammer, everything becomes a nail. Okay, that's what happens. So then the constructivists came along, the narrative therapists, and they said, whoa, look at what's happening in the world of psychology. And they saw it in political terms, or rather power terms. And they watched the dynamic, the interaction between the client and the therapist, and said, the problem is not your alcoholic father or your relation with your mother. The problem is that the therapist himself is disempowering you. You're disempowered by the problem. So look at it in terms of power. The problem is overwhelming you. And your therapist is contributing to that, and so is your social interactions, contributing to your sense of powerlessness. It's not about, and so they would go, these psychologists have been oppressive to people, using their expert knowledge to oppress you and keep you disempowered. So we're throwing that out. Forget psychology. Okay? And in fact, there's a famous or a popular line in narrative therapy. Their line is, the problem is the problem. So if you want to know how you think about how you think problems are constructed. And a lot of times we go to my parents this and my parents that, don't we? In other cultures, they don't do that, by the way. So that's something learned. So what is the problem? Okay? So that's a long story about this quote. Sorry. So this quote is that, you see, that flies in the face of a lot of the narrative therapists, the modern therapists, positive psychologists, where they don't feel it's useful to investigate the problem. And I understand why, and I agree with them. Because when you're investigating problems from the point of view, those theories that are not, in my point of view, are not actually complete. I was going to say not correct, but it's not that they're not correct. Is they're not complete. They're not accurate.
Narrow.
They're narrow. You know, and they're interpretative. They're based on projection of what you've studied, not on what the client's experience is. We should go from the client's experience. For the client's experience, the problem is the problem. It's a pretty good way to start. And then you begin narrative therapy, and you begin to ask the client about being the expert on the problem. I love that. What I found as I did more work in narrative therapy is that while they might be the expert on the problem, they're missing information that could be really useful to getting out of the problem. It's very delicate because the information you might share with them, so there's an educational component. And then if it's educational, what are you educating them in? Are you educating them in a what I would call wrong theory, like family systems, it's all, or alcohol, addiction, or psychoanalytic? Well, that's what happens if you don't have an understanding of what, I'm biased, right, of what really is going on. Which for me, I've only found Buddhist psychology as the clearest, deepest, most extensive explanation of what's really going on. Now, to translate that for a client is a different story. That you have to be very careful, because you could be repeating the same power dynamics as other theorists, right? And that happens amongst our Buddhist friends. It happens all the time, and this is kind of a personal plea to move beyond that, because it's like I go to David and say, I'm really struggling with this, this guy at work, and David says, oh yeah, what's just your karma? Is that any different than a therapist who says, well, it's because of your relationship with your mother?
Yeah.
Could be different, but the way it's experienced is not different. It's just another theory that he understands his theory, but it's not in my repertoire. So he needs to educate me, rather than say it's your karma, or like that. You have to actually be more personal, much more personal. Okay, so be careful. Our theories are not just supplanting other theories. Theories might be kind of correct, but the effect of them on other people is not that much better. Not necessarily, right? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Doesn't help.
It doesn't necessarily help them unless you can educate them. So there's an educational component to therapy. That's I think. You okay? Do you need a break? Well, we're going till noon, I think. Noon, right? Okay. We already talked about this. Mind training is a therapy of Buddhist psychology. And I already explained that the word gom in Tibetan means to become familiar. So when you're meditating, guys, in a Buddhist sense, you're becoming familiar with something. Okay? Not most, but a lot, big part of it is becoming familiar with your own psychology. How your mind functions. Very refreshing idea about meditation. Now, of course, there's meditation that is not about becoming familiar. It's about spacing out. Bliss. Feeling good, right? So, in Buddhist psychology, those are definite experiences, but they're byproducts. The goal is not, I'm going to meditate to feel good. And that sounds like a kind of a downer. But the byproduct should be feeling better and better but we're looking over years or months, not by the meditation session. Should not be our goal that when we sit, we're going to feel better when we get up. Why do I say that? I mean, probably you will, but you might not. And I said that's not our goal. So in the traditional sense of Buddhist thought, now this is not actually, I'm stepping out of the program for a second. in traditional, just to help clarify, in traditional Buddhist practice, in Tibetan Buddhist practice, I don't know, Mahayana practice, I'm not sure, is that there are 3 different levels of motivation. Okay? And if your motivation is what they talk about in religious terms, the happiness of this life, what that really means is, your goal has something to do with something very temporal, either today or tomorrow, and generally, if we can check, when we sit to meditate, and if it's to feel good, then that's for that temporal, that's not a Buddhist motivation. The very least, it says for the future life. Now, again, that's tricky because that takes some acceptance of future lives, but at least something that's not in the immediate present, that you see it as a developmental process. Okay? So that's why I'm going back to so it's to become familiar, yes, but motivation is the thing. When we sit and when you do your psychotherapy in the morning by meditation or mind training, we're supposed to motivate. That's what protects that meditation. So the motivation is at least to have develop a clarity of mind for a permanent state of clarity and mental health. So when you say that, you really are very clear. It might not happen this session. I mean, most likely it's not going to happen this session. That it's a process. So meditation then seen as process rather than as a one-off. So it's process. And then your mind goes, well, process means, if you think process, it means some sort of longer term goal, doesn't it? It's a project. So when we do our when we do our practices, it's really important to think that way, that this is a process. And if I feel better at the end or not is not the issue. I mean, hopefully you do, because why not? But you might not. But you might be more knowledgeable, more aware, more familiar. That should be that's a good thing. Feeling more familiar is the point. Feeling more familiar usually ends up meaning you feel better, but not 100% guaranteed for that day. Okay? Because this is sometimes it's a struggle, right, to get through these issues. It is transformative. That's the other part of it. What means transformative is your mind is transforming from its ordinary psychology to an awakened psychology. Okay? It's a process too. It's not like I'm unawakened and someday I'll be awakened. I mean, someday you will be awakened. But the mind is awakening. And for some people, that awakening process might be several lifetimes. Some people might be one whole lifetime. Some people might be 3 years. We can't say. Generally, it's a while. It's not something instant. But progress should be noted. You should be able to notice progress over time. Okay? So when I was I think it was around 18, I just graduated from high school, and I received my first Buddhist teaching. I was taking a year off before going to college, and I was working for my brother-in-law, who, along with my best friend, Dave. So Dave gave me my first Buddhist teaching. Dave, I grew up outside Los Angeles. I was of the surfer hippie crowd. I guess there were some of us that kind of combined the two. It seemed like you're one or the other, but I was in both cultures. And so, our thing at that age was either surf or get high. Sometimes together. So there was Dave. I don't know, anyone familiar with that surf culture then back in those days? So there was a uniform we wore. The uniform was blue jeans, blue tennis shoes, Keds, right? Remember? And then either a white or a blue T-shirt. And unfortunately, I was so jealous of Dave because he had the blonde hair. And his nickname was Scarecrow because his hair was always he always looked like he slept in his car. He may have too. But, you know, T-shirt hanging out, actually sagging, long before sagging became popular. And so we'd have to be into work, whatever, 7:30. And the work was installing vertical blinds, which are you have in your house, you know, installing those things. And that was before they were, well, they're just starting to go into homes, but before that, it was all commercial buildings, and we go in these big buildings, and you know. But we made great money for teenagers. I mean, it was really, really good money. So we could buy our dope and go surfing and have parties, and then and show up at work next day. And so there's David, and I remember we were stocking up for the day, you know, looking at the orders, getting the parts we needed in the storeroom. And my brother-in-law ran the installation part of that company. The company was the vertical blind company. And so we go in there, and my brother-in-law was very ambitious, very organized. He made it very clear he was going to be a millionaire by the time he was 30. And I think he was. He did become a millionaire, and it's close to that. And not a very happy guy, but nice guy. And so he was very hyper vigilant about running this part of his business, you know, super organized and efficient, and you know, whatever model he had for running a good business. And there was David and me, right? So David was, you know, like I said, usually looked like he just got out of it sleeping in his car, and so there he was. His hair is kind of down to his shoulders, and so we came in. We're sorting out the equipment we needed and the parts and the various orders, and my brother-in-law said, "Look, I got to go out for a few minutes. Don't answer the phone." You know, so then I'm in the back room getting the parts, and I hear Dave yelling. Yeah, I go, "What's going on?" I go into the store, and right when I'm in the office. When I go in this door of the office, my brother-in-law came into this door of the office, like with his panic look, because he could hear Dave also. And there's Dave standing with a phone like this, and he says, "Problems? Problems? Lady, everybody's got problems." And he slams the phone down. And my brother-in-law's face was like white. "Who was that?" He says, "Oh, it's just some lady yesterday. We installed her blind. She said they fell off the rack and off the wall." So Scott was this. But that's where I learned my... So I extrapolated. My first Buddhist teaching. Problems, lady, everybody's got problems. So people think of Buddhism as sort of negative, don't they? Yeah. Problem-oriented or suffering. So I have a question for you guys. What's your definition of problem?
When things don't go the way you want them to.
Okay. So I'll repeat if you don't. When things don't go the way you want them to. What other person's like? You think, did you have a good day? No, I had a terrible day yesterday. So quickly, why was it a terrible day? What's a problem?
Your mind's disturbed.
Your mind is disturbed. Is that a common way of thinking of problems?
For me, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, your mind is disturbed. Let's say, do you think generally the life is problematic? Is that kind of a negative thing to say? Some people say yes. Do you generally think life is problematic?
Yeah, we had.
Someone here said once that, you know, everything is suffering, everything is a problem. You can go through a drive-through and order a ham sandwich and they're going to mess it up. So, I mean, don't expect it to be right. So everything is a problem or has the potential to be, you know, our definition of a problem.
So, you know, when you hear that, you think, God, well, don't be so sensitive. Right? It's a ham sandwich. And then you go, so, it's a little bit like in Seinfeld or Larry David, he's a good example that everything's a problem because he's so like reactive. But not everyone's like that. He's a good example that, because anything can be a problem for him. I think that's very helpful. But other people say it's just a ham sandwich. I get so impressed with people who are so. My wife's from Australia and also in Nepal. You use your horn a lot, and she just can't believe it in California. I don't know about out here, probably the same. She says, "I can't believe people are so patient. They don't use their horn." Someone's going 25 and a 40, and then no one's honking at them. And then the guy who honks, he's got a problem. But people who are not honking, see, they're not they don't have a problem, right? So what does it mean? So it's funny problems. It's usually we think of it situational. And some people have less problems because they're less reactive, right? Okay, that's not what it means. Unfortunately, I wish it was that simple. But now, let's look at it. So generally speaking, people think of problems as situation, right? Out there. Not entirely, because of course we have the deep problems like, a child sick or, loss of a loved one, and, everyone can agree, yeah, those are problems. But situational is generally seen as, again, we go to the philosophy of modern culture. In the philosophy of modern culture, because we already spoke about it being a materialistic, a rational, materialistic we're of course using in a neutral sense, not he's materialistic. It means that you see material as a source of happiness. And then also material is then seen as a source of problems. And I think it's fantastic. I mean, it's just amazing that we have to be so honest. I mean, I don't know if I'm Buddhist yet, honestly. I really don't. Because when I think of a problem, I usually think the problem is outside of me. I was reading the news a couple days ago. I get on my iPad from Santa Cruz, it's the San Jose, and talking about a big storm coming. It's early for us to get a big storm. And I'm thinking, oh God, are our gutters clean? And then we have a big drain in the front of the driveway because we're right next to the road, and the runoff comes from the road and floods our backyard. And I think, God, did my wife remember to clean that? Oh no. Of course, then it's all the autumn leaves are the first rain, it's gonna clog that drain. And so that's a problem. That's how we think of problems. And I think it's a problem from a material point of view, right? The problem is in the leaves, the rain, the drain, right? Okay, that is not what is meant by problem in the Buddhist psychology sense. Okay? It's not denying that exists. There's some existence there. It's not denying that. But if that was the problem, and I know this gets a little bit simplistic, or maybe for most people here they already know this, but if the leaves were the problem, then everyone would have a problem with the leaves. Just be simple. Right? But the mail carrier doesn't have any problem with those leaves. See what I'm saying? So then, are the leaves a problem or not? What's the problem? When your neighbor was mowing his lawn at 5 in the morning and waking people up, we will say he's the problem. That's a different, it's very, very, very tough. But as the mind becomes more familiar with reality, which we haven't gotten to yet, problems are seen differently. Okay? Unfortunately, we're not at that part of this presentation, but that's sort of the preview. Because if the material thing, material world, is the problem, is there any solution? So it's pretty fantastic to think about our tax dollars. They go to solving problems. Have they done it yet? No. There's some problems, less than like, illnesses and stuff like that. But generally speaking, I don't think people are that much happier, that much more problem-free. So there's a problem between getting from one side of New York to the other side of New York. So the solution, because the problem is material, you build a bridge. But if you think that solves the problem, then there should be no traffic on that bridge. That's a problem. Now there's a problem with traffic. If you look at any solution, it's so fascinating. Any material solution, it's a problem. It's a new problem. We had all the runoff from the road, so I put a drain, spent $6,000, put a drain in. Now I'm worried about the drain blocking up. You can't, what does Shanti Deva said? You can't cover the world with leather. You have to put on some leather sandals. We accept that, but do we practice that? We're recruited, we're trained, we're habituated into. It's because of the view. So here's the. We're getting there. The clincher is this. We can all say, yeah, you're right, Karuna. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Then you go out to your car and you've locked your keys in the car. Where does your mind go? Okay? The problem is the key in the car. I'm so frustrated. I'm going to call AAA or whatever you have here. And you call them and they're busy. So you see the problem is they don't have enough staff. Immediately our mind goes back into a material problem. It doesn't mean that those things aren't happening. Don't get me wrong. That's happening. But we think that if we can get AAA on the phone right away, we have no problem. And that's wrong thinking. That thinking is the thinking when Buddhism talks about suffering. Okay, just to clarify, suffering does not mean, we're going to get to it. I don't know what, oh yeah. So we kind of talk about the nature of problems. We do have to talk about it. The narrative therapists and positive psychologists stopped talking about it because the way it was being described wasn't a solution, created more problems. So their solution was don't talk about it at all, which is also not a solution. It's about talking about it in a correct way, a helpful way. And again, I'm trying generalizations like those. I'm not saying those people are all bad and they do bad work and they don't help people. It's just for me to make a point. Okay? I'm saying that because this is being streamed. I'm wondering if anyone's watching it. What is he saying? Okay? So, yeah. Okay. Crazy Benny. Crazy Benny is just a regular guy. He's a friend of mine. Slightly older gentleman, retired. Someone I play golf with. Remember I confessed about golf, right? I came clean. Okay. So I remember this vividly. So Benny's retired and Benny's sort of a different political persuasion than me. I won't tell you what I am. You can guess. He's the opposite persuasion. And we're friends. It's amazing. He's very, very opinionated, very strong-minded guy. And I remember vividly walking down the 12th fairway with him. And he turned to me and he said something, I don't know what it is about you thinking everything's suffering. And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, I read your book. Oh, you did? It's amazing. Benny's very cheap also. What they say, what J. Paul Getty said, by watching the nickels and dimes, the dollars will take care of themselves. I think Benny was of that philosophy, yeah. And I said, what do you mean you read my book? I was like shocked. He said, yeah, I read it. I said, well, you mean you bought it? Where'd you get it from? He said, no. You just go to Amazon and you look inside this book. And I clicked and I read it. And I said, "But Benny," I said that it's just part of the. He says, "Yeah, it's every other page, but you kind of extrapolate, one page." And he said, and I said, "But Benny, I think only the first 2 chapters are like that, and then the rest I don't know, something like that." He said, "Yeah, but I got the point." Sorry, Benny is a refugee from New York, by the way. Brooklyn, still has Brooklyn accent. Lived in California for the last 30 or 40 years. I don't know. I joke with Condola because she's from New York. I said to him, "Well, what do you mean?" And he saw it. I said, "Yeah, I read it. And he says, "I don't know. I read about you're talking about something about everything suffering. Everyone's suffering as problems." He says, "I don't have any problems. I don't have suffering." I said, "Okay." He says, "Look I'm a bachelor." I think he's about 72. "I'm a bachelor. I have been married 3 times, but I'm happy now. I don't have a wife to answer to. I can play as much golf as I want. I go home. I put a steak on the grill house. I sit on my beautiful redwood deck. I look out. Oh yeah, I got to get home to take care of the water because someone's taking water from our well. But I got to take care of that." So I realized I'd failed in my writing, at least on the pages he read, right? and I really, I didn't. So somehow I didn't communicate to him when I talked about problems, and everyone having problems or suffering, whatever word I use. And I try not to use the word suffering in the book. In general, I try not to because I don't think it communicates the issue. And I thought I failed him. I really failed to communicate. I thought, what did I need to say that he would get it? So like what you're saying about the ham sandwich, right? People will say, well, I really don't. And there are people, they don't get that upset about that stuff. They don't mind being behind slow drivers in the fast lane. Okay? They're happy to go home and put on something in the oven and sit with a book or watch TV, like Benny. I'm not, he's ready. He says, I have my glass of scotch in the evening. Benny, if you met him, a sweet guy, but complains all the time. He's a big complainer. He's complaining, and then right after that, he's talking about how the group ahead of us is going so slow, and he had to get back home to fix his water line. So I realized I didn't communicate it, but that dialogue we were having is suffering, okay? And now let's take the word suffering out and say it is problematic. And then people will say, well, that's just life. That doesn't really bother me. So I'm thinking, what did I forget? What did I leave out in the description? And I think what's missing is our potential. I think that Benny, like most 99% of people, don't realize what you could have. Doesn't realize what we're missing. It's a lot like people saying, next life I want to come back as my cat. It scares the heck out of me when people say that. But I understand because they think that's problem free. It's just comfort. So it's kind of like comfort, discomfort. Comfort is happiness and discomfort. And then they don't go much deeper. I mean, I don't know how comfortable it is to wake up with all this hair all over your face and these claws, you can't pick up your food, so you got to stick your face in the food. I mean, to me, it sounds like not very comfortable. You know what I mean? Would you like to all of a sudden wake up tomorrow morning? Anyone see the scariest movie I ever saw? Seriously, I think it might be the scariest I ever saw. And this is only going to speak to sort of the older generation. What Walt Disney movie am I talking about? Anyone have an idea? When you were a kid, people used to say Psycho or something. That's Hitchcock. Huh? You guys are kind of close. Close. The Shaggy Dog. Do you remember that? Yeah. The guy starts growing hair. He wakes up in the morning, he's growing hair like his dog. Remember, and he's driving the car and the dog's sitting next to him, and pretty soon he's the dog driving. I was about 8 years old, 6 years old. It scared the hell out of me because I thought that could happen. I didn't know and so that was scary. So I don't think any of us, if you could, Wake up tomorrow morning. Some people say, oh, next lifetime I want to be an eagle. You heard people say that? Anyone heard it? Yeah? Can you imagine? Tomorrow morning, let's just imagine, right now, tomorrow morning you wake up and you're an eagle. I'm not sure what feels so good about that. Anyway, so I'm digressing, I guess.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course. I think we have to think of, the point is think of problems differently, what we mean by problems.
This is probably a trite question, but when
There's no trite questions.
When I'm thinking of problems, you have the problem with the drive-in, like she described. But what about like we can't hear you, so you're wearing a microphone? That's a problem,
Yes,
right?
that's a better way of looking at it.
And you're thirsty, so you need water. So that cup solves the problem,
Yep.
and the well solves the problem.
Mhm.
So you're thirsty, but you go through a series of 50 things to solve the problem of your thirst. Is that the same kind of problem we're talking about?
We'll get there right now. Yeah. Yeah. Can't leave you hanging. That's right. One way to talk, so to segue into what you're saying, and so that we're all on the same page where we're going, is that one way, sometimes I think it's useful to think that problem is like this. How many of us have control? I think this really speaks a lot to what the problem is. So, number one, we probably can agree pretty quickly we don't have control over the outer world, the material world. Even though science and all these disciplines are designed to somehow get control over the outer world, right? Medicine, engineering, and all those, aren't they designed to get control over the outer world? And part of the problem is, now, we can't say, of course, we have to have a job. Probably our job is designed to get some control over the outer world, that doesn't make us wrong or right, bad or good. Again, it comes down to your mindset when you come in. So, of course, you have to earn a living. If you're a nurse, you can do nursing from the point of view is, I'm going to save the world and get rid of all the problems because I'm going to take care of people's illnesses. Or you can say, that's a wrong way of thinking, in the sense that I can't really do that, right? But I'm going to go and help people on that level, but knowing that ultimately I want to awaken everybody, because that's the only solution. And I'm getting ahead of myself, but you know that it's something more deeper and long-lasting is really helping people. Doesn't mean you don't go and take care of people's illnesses and you don't fix roads and that sort of thing. You do. You just do it with a different conception. So that's what we're talking about. So it's very important to understand, as an inner being, it's the conception that matters more than what you're doing. I mean, some things are better to do than others. It's better to be a nurse than sell weapons at. Do they sell them at Walmart here? No. Do they? Yeah. Okay. Than selling weapons at Walmart. But on an ultimate point of view, it's not that different. What makes the difference is your concept. Okay? But it's easier to have a positive concept when you're nursing and helping people or teaching people, being a teacher and stuff, than it's hard when you're in Walmart and selling weapons. It's just harder. It's possible to do. But we're not that strong, so environment does affect us, very much so. But that's a different topic, okay? So control. Control, now we could start looking at, that's suffering. That's the problematic, is not having control. So, not having control over your hearing. We don't. Not much. Okay? Not having control over your bodily functions. I can't control when I get thirsty or not. Make sense? That's suffering. Because I'm not in control. Something else is. So I'm being controlled. So then you can use the analogy of a prisoner. Is a prison, just as a metaphor, a prisoner is going to be less happy than someone who is free. And then extrapolating from that, person who's controlled by all these things, which we're going to get into in a minute, all these things, is less free or less happy. So freedom and happiness are correlated. They're probably synonyms. What if you, for example, what if you had control over your thirst? Can you imagine that? A small thing. We don't have a control over our thirst. What if you did? That'd be like liberating. Wouldn't it?
But you need the drink. You need.
No, but you have control. That's just one small thing. Look at all the things we have no control over. The sound of my voice. Now, we go different, all the material things we don't have control over. This building could collapse. We don't have control whether this building collapses in 10 minutes or not, do we? We do not. We don't have, now, it gets even worse. We don't have control over whether we have a heart attack in 5 minutes or not. We don't have control whether we have a stroke in 5 minutes or not. We don't have control whether we have an aneurysm in 5 minutes or not. We don't have control whether we get a sharp pain in our stomach in 5 minutes or not. We don't have control, on and on and on, right? We don't have control over our bodies. We think we do, but we don't. So that's not freedom. So not only are we not free from outer things, we're not free from our body. It gets worse. Let's just, for the sake of a point, all of a sudden I could get really rude right now to someone, couldn't I? Just in an instant. I could just say something really mean to somebody here. I'm not going to do it. It's kind of scary, but right? But you could. What happens to your mind? What if I just turned to you and said, I don't think this class is for you. Maybe better you leave. Would you have a reaction? Anyone here not have a reaction? No. That's so small. We don't have control over that small little criticism. So, can anyone tell me they definitely will not be anxious this afternoon? Can anyone raise their hand and tell me, I'm not going to be? That's amazing. Anyone can tell me I'm definitely not going to be depressed today. I'm definitely not going to get distraught. You might hear a really terrible news. Boom, you're gone. Yeah. I have to be careful, though. I'm not going to repeat what she said because, Yeah, but isn't that amazing? You read the news. A good example. Pick up the newspaper. Boom, the latest thing that some politician has said. Nameless politician. And what happens? You get agitated, right? Or you get sad. Or you get angry. No control. Just no control. All of a sudden you read one sentence and your mood has changed for the day. You hear about Hurricane Matthew. It might be hitting by tomorrow. What was your mind? What happened to you guys when you first heard that news? I guess people's mood changed. Everyone's different, but you became alarmed or worried or, yeah. I remember once, I don't know if this is a good example, but I'm going to tell it anyway. I remember once that actually it was the same nun that was leading that course I was telling you about earlier. And she heard about someone I don't remember who it was, but someone we knew who suddenly died. When I was living in Nepal. And she ran up to the Lama Zopa Rinpoche's room. And she kind of burst in or saw him on the patio and with this distraught look and this panic about this person just died. And Rinpoche started laughing. Not in a nervous way, Some of us could do that. It's like something was there. I think maybe the way she saw the situation as permanent, self-existent, and dire, whatever, I don't know. He saw something different. His mind didn't move. Here's a good example. Some years ago, Rinpoche, Lam Yeshe was still alive. I think, yeah. Rinpoche and Lam Yeshe were visiting. They took a little break. One student has a house. They were up in the Boston area, and this one student has a house, like a weekend house or summer house out on the lake or somewhere. and they invited them, to have some relaxation. They went out to the house for the weekend to relax, and I think there were several people, of course, there. Lama Yeshe loved swimming. He literally loved swimming, and so they decided to go for a dip in the lake, and Rinpoche went as well, and they're all kind of splashing around the lake, and then at a certain point someone says, "Where's Rinpoche?" And looking around, and a little further out, they saw a hand, just a hand, above the surface of the water. It was going, and all of a sudden, the realization, Rinpoche doesn't know how to swim. So my friend swam out there and saved his life. But when he dove in to get, Rinpoche was just like, here I am, something like that. And he, brought him to the surface, took him in. And Rinpoche was kind of giggling, not nervous, no panic, no problem. Okay, no problem. Because you have control over the mind, even death comes, no problem. Didn't matter. I mean, I say didn't matter, I say that, with quotes around. I'm not sure if it didn't matter in some ways. But didn't matter to him, emotionally. Okay? So that's where the difference between control. So I think that's control. So I think our big problem is lack of control. And the opposite of control is problems, is suffering, let's say. Okay? So if you think, what's the opposite? So that would mean right now, are we in suffering? Well, let me ask you, are you in control? Not really. Because we're just on the brink of loss of control, aren't we? Tiny thing could happen. So that must mean, in fact, even though in a second we could get depressed or we could have a heart attack, that must, by extension, means we're not in control right now either. Even though we might not be obviously experiencing a problem, we're in the state of being able to experience a problem. So it's not really much different. We're not in control.
You can, Geshe-la, rather than use the word problems, what Geshe-la has begun using is the word complications.
Whatever works.
No, I just, it.
Well, it is complications. It's complicated.
Unending.
Yeah, unending complications, whatever works for you. To get the idea across that it's a state of vulnerability. Now, if you take it even further, when we get more sensitive, it's not only that state of vulnerability that we're in this instant is, as we get more sensitive, feels problematic. It feels like suffering. Okay? In juxtaposition to what we could be. So, let me see what my next slide is. Yeah. This is just review of this thing. So that's about the truth of self. So why did Buddha? So it's interesting. I had to, as a psychology student and therapist, when you learn a psychological theory or a psychotherapeutic theory, it isn't really presented as in the way that Buddha presented the problem. Buddha presented the problem as the Four Noble Truths. It was his first teaching. So Buddha, after he attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, I'm paraphrasing, he sort of said, no one will get this. It's inexpressible. It's no use for me to try and explain it to anybody. So he just he wandered around in silence for 6 weeks. But then he was implored, please teach us what you found. And finally, after, let's say, the gods begged him, and he said, okay. So that's the point, was that it was so hard. And then the first thing he taught was the Four Noble Truths. And so as a Westerner and maybe as a student of psychology, you think, well, why would he teach the truth of suffering first? It's kind of negative, kind of a downer. Why don't you teach us about the awakened mind for the truth of an end, which is the cessation of suffering, technically. These are not the technical terms, but, truth of cessation, number 3. That's really, that sounds pretty exciting. Sounds pretty cool. And, I like that. He didn't teach that first. Interesting, isn't it? So I believe that, of course, that he did this for a reason. And so when I look at other systems or modalities to help people out of suffering, I think about this. I'm not saying it has to always follow these four. I just think for myself, I thought this is interesting that he organized it this way. So I think the truth of suffering or the truth of problems is that we have to become very versed in what our situation is, and then see that the situation is suffering or problematic, from the point of view of what our potential is. Our potential is number 3 up there. Okay, there is this state of being that is, that we call enlightenment or awakened, that must be really, really, really fantastic, and so why not look at that? It's a little bit like I think when these. So let's look at it like this. If you think of your dog or cat, do you think it's in as good a state as you are? I mean, I don't think we think that, right? We think, for lack of a better word, just make it's suffering more than me. I wouldn't want to be my cat. I wouldn't want to be my dog. And you can test that many ways. Like you can, when you left, did you tell your cat to put the food in the oven for when you come back it'll be warm? You can't do that, right? You can't. It doesn't have the capacity, not only physically but mentally, to understand what you're saying. Or did you just say, just stay right on the bed today, don't move anywhere else? I mean, it might do it, but it might not. It's not going to do it because you said. Okay? I love those pictures on YouTube where the dog goes crazy when you leave the house. They're so funny. So from the point of view of looking at your dog or cat, you would think it's suffering. Even you can tell it many things. You can say, meditate for 1 hour a day. It can't understand you. That must be what it's like for someone like these more advanced spiritual beings looking at us. Over and over again, they tell you, this is suffering, don't do that. And yet we do it again. We don't get it. I think our motivation is different than the dog. The dog can't even have the motivation. But, from the point of view of, so they're coming from the point of view of this awakened mind. And it's such a happy place to be. They just want us to be there so badly. Just like when your dog or cat, you really would want it to understand, but you can't get through to it. The difference with those awakened beings and us is they see that we have the potential. They won't spend the same kind of effort on a cat because it doesn't have the capacity, for the most part, to change its mentality like we do. So it has the awakened potential just like we do, but the big difference is we can really do something about it. Cat can't do that. Okay. Hamster can't do that. Chipmunk can't do that. Okay? And many, many human beings can't do it, probably. When you really, it's very tough. Depending on conditions, right? Because the conditions for human beings, for the most part, really are very, very, very difficult. We're the lucky ones. And we're what represent maybe what percent of the population of the world? 1%? I don't even know if it's that much. Right? Very small. Maybe it's not even measurable almost.
You mean Buddhists?
Who have the potential and have interest, yeah. And have the potential. Like I think a lot of people, even though I might have the interest, they can't because of their physical situation. They got to work and they can't figure out how to get to teachings and study this and get the ideas, or maybe they don't know how to read, like that. It's a lot of the world's like that. Yeah. So the difference here. So you know why these are called the Four Noble Truths? Interested to know, people have been studying this, and then they, Four Noble Truths, why they call them noble? By the way, I only learned this a few years ago. I didn't know. So it's something different. Any guesses why it's noble truths?
Because they lead to enlightenment?
No. They do, but that's not why the word noble is there. Why the word noble? Why not just four truths?
They don't react with other elements? No, I just...
Susan?
The person hearing this has to have certain qualities to be able to understand or get anything from it. What is that, right?
I'm not going to tell you till you say it.
The hearer of this has to have some qualities to be able to understand it or receive it.
Uh-huh. Okay. You're right. I didn't know that. So the reason called noble truths is noble is the English translation for the word Arya. An Arya being is someone who's had direct insight into reality. When we have that direct insight into reality, okay, so for the sake of Jim, they're noble, Jim, because of, he's coming in. They're noble because, I'm going to ask him, he wasn't here, okay. Why are these called the Four Noble Truths? Why noble?
I guess because they're important.
Okay, they are important. Isn't it funny? I mean, Susan's right, but we've been studying a long time. The reason called noble is because of when you attain insight into emptiness or into reality, you become an Arya being. An Arya being is a Sanskrit word, Arya, and it's usually translated as noble person, noble being. So when we have direct insight into reality, we see these four things finally. So, when I look out at you, and you look at me, and you go through your world, and we might intellectually say, okay, I know this is suffering, but we don't actually see it as suffering. Not in the way that it's meant. Okay, we might see glimpses of it, like we might see people looking, they seem very sad, or they seem not in control, or ignorant because they don't know these ideas, like that. We deepen our understanding of it, but we're not actually understanding the first noble truth, or these four. And by the way, when the Arya being has insight into emptiness or reality, he or she sees all four of these. They're all make sense. Okay. And of course, and then in terms of meditation or insight, might jump around between them. That's a different, emphasize, I should say, not jump around. But certain ones might be emphasized where his or her point of view might be really focused on the suffering, for really get overwhelmed by seeing it. But the other times get overwhelmed by, actually has insight into the third one, enlightenment, has the perception of that. Does not necessarily attain enlightenment, but has perception of that reality. We don't really, if you're like me, you don't really have a perception of enlightenment. You have a belief in it. Okay? And as we believe more, we might have little insights that reaffirm it, or big insights. But finally, over time, when we become healthier and healthier and healthier, we will have direct, non-conceptual perception or experience of reality, emptiness. And then you have conviction in these four, because you have experience, maybe convictions. You're so convinced because you have direct experience. It's the way it is. So I think right now the way it is, we don't really know that the way it is suffering or problematic. Okay? I think it's noon 01. I hope this is helpful. One thing I was thinking about when I do these classes in this Misleading, and I often do at Buddhist centers, I do outside too. When you do outside Buddhist center, I have to take more, I have to give more explanation. And of course in a Buddhist center, people are familiar with these ideas for the most part. But then I get concerned in the Buddhist centers that it's too simplistic. It's too basic, many. Do people have that experience? You older students? Is this?
We're all at different levels, dear.
Thank you, Lama. Okay, I just don't want to, I don't want to leave anybody out. So those advanced students, I don't want to leave them out either. So I hope I'm not. I don't know.
It's always helpful to go back to the basics.
Mm-hmm. I think so. For me. But again, I want to be helpful. I hope, and so let me know if there's any. Also, as we go on, for some people, if there's particular areas. Part of my intention for those maybe older students, or more, not older like age older. Sorry. I remember someone saying, "Oh, you're an older student." I said, "Thanks a lot." I think you're supposed to say elder or something. I don't know. Is also, I hope that this gives you some content for or ideas in terms of explaining these ideas to your friends and parents and children and things like that. Okay, so whether the idea itself might not be that new, but the expression of it. So if that's helpful, that's what we're looking for. Okay, okay. So we're meeting again at 1:30, and yeah, 1:30 to 4. Maybe we'll have a break in there somewhere because it's long session. Okay, and then just before you leave, sorry. It might be interesting to have a little bit of awareness for the next hour and a half. And the awareness would be being aware of your mind, the state of your mind, as you go through the next hour and a half, just a couple times even. And then think about how that state of mind, whether it's problematic or not, or suffering or not, whatever you want to use, okay? Just get familiarity. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Did you have coffee? Did not. It's okay. So what did I do before? It's very simple. So how was your awareness during your lunch break? You forgot. Yeah. Remember, discernment, recollection, and focus. The recollection part. Did anyone think about it? A little bit? What'd you notice? Yeah.
Well, partially coming from the conversation we had over lunch, I was just noticing labeling, because we talked about that during lunch.
I brought my own Splenda. Labeling.
Mm-hmm.
What did you notice about labeling? Because we haven't talked about that yet.
Well, coming from the discussion about having a diagnosis,
Oh, yeah.
you know, that labeling tends to make us think we know something about the object being labeled.
Mm. You know, it's funny, not funny, it's not the right word, but we haven't really gotten into talking about reality and what it is, but going back just for a second about labeling and then going further back to what we talked about, excuse me, in terms of psychopathology. And it's very common, isn't it now, to say, to use, to pathologize people and things, isn't it? It's very, very common. Like, say, even ourselves, he's really depressed, he's really agitated. You know, I think I have bipolar, I think I have ADHD. It's pretty sad. I mean, I should explain why it's sad, but the sad part, like people very often say, oh yeah, I have ADHD, or I have ADD. That's common, isn't it? You know, I can't focus on that. You know, I'd come to your training, David, but you know I have ADD, and just send me the notes, okay? Isn't it amazing? So that's a label, and we label anyway, as we know. That's part of the human condition. But now to sort of institutionalize labeling is interesting. Now, I don't think it's totally new, because I think before there was institutional psychology and that sort of thing, then the different churches would label, right? A sinner, that sort of thing. So it's not like labeling hasn't existed, or pathologizing hasn't existed. It has, but it's just become so much more explosive and more institutionalized. It's like, okay. I mean, look at, not to go into this discussion, but just to think about what's happened in our schools in the last 10, 15 years, in terms of special ed. And again, not to say there's not some problem. I don't want to dismiss what people are going through, but you know, I do wonder about what it's like to then have these titles. I do have some experience with that, because when I was an intern at Stanford, I worked in the attention deficit disorder clinic. So I have a special affection for that label. There's actually kind of a decent book out called, and there might be others too, this is a while ago, The Myth of the ADD Child. But I bring it up because the head of the clinic was one of my supervisors, and even though we were working, Stanford is the epitome of the medical model. In other words, it's the furthest. The model is, I mean, they're very proud of it. It's very reputable. But you think about what they're reputable about being very medical oriented, which means a lot of labeling and really good at it. And you remember I had already spent years and years in Nepal, came back, got my degree, and then in California you have to do 3,000 hours of internship before if you want to get your license. And I wanted to do my internship at somewhere that was more, how to say, well, definitely not the medical model, more the, I don't want to say spiritual model, but more humanistic model, maybe. And I had a really close friend who, no, he wasn't a close friend then, but I mean, one of my supervisors that I was, because you have to take supervision when you're an intern. And he was connected with Stanford. And he said, no, I don't think you should go to one of those, more humanistic internships. You should go to a medical model place. He says, the other one, but you're not very comfortable with the medical model. So he went to bat for me and gave me a reference for this internship, and I got it. It was so strange, because really, like I said, I was like a wolf in sheep's clothing. I just didn't like that model. I just maybe because I didn't think that way. Maybe I was insecure in that model. I'm not like a scientific type thinker. So I spent 3 years there, and I worked in the attention deficit disorder clinic, and the supervisor of that clinic, the manager or the director, of that clinic, also one of my students, was actually, the funny thing was, she was also a narrative therapy person. She was also very medically well trained, but had over the years just felt that wasn't the right approach to therapy. So I got the great fortune of having her as my supervisor, so I could kind of vent or share my struggles with that medical model, and she would get it. Everyone else in that place is like, you had to be really careful because it was full of psychiatrists and psychologists. And the bottom of the totem pole were the social workers and the marriage family counselors. So, that's my technical term was. And so we used to. So, as part of the research, she started researching attention deficit disorder from a narrative perspective. So that was really fun because I got to learn about how that works in a very medical setting. Somehow she had permission to do this because it's a kind of a rebellious model for Stanford to be, but they she had authority, so she could do this. So we used to. So people would bring I worked at what's called the Children's Health Council, and it was a diagnostic and assessment center for kids from say 3 or 4 years old to 18, and hence the attention deficit disorder clinic was one of the clinics in there. And so we used to so our job was to do a thorough assessment using psychiatrists, psychologists, occupational therapists, depending on the team. Put a team together of different disciplines, 5 or 6 different professional experts. And my job was to run the team, which is kind of a joke if you know how my management skills are. I mean, I made it work, but it was very stressful for me, I could hide all my mistakes. So what we did, she initiated, so most of the children that would be assessed by us, about half of them, no, some of them, I don't know how many, some of them had already had an assessment by their schools, and the schools said they didn't have attention deficit disorder. So then they came to us because they wanted the disorder. They wanted the diagnosis. Why?
Sorry, I have a lot of input.
A lot of what?
A lot of input on stuff.
Okay. Oh, you have, okay.
So, I was involved in the labeling conversation, and I think I brought up, because I have someone close to me, that it's an excuse.
Mm.
It's, well, need to fix it. I can't fix it because this is what's wrong. It just is what it is,
Mhm.
and it's an excuse. It alleviates any responsibility for maybe behaving appropriately,
Mhm.
or it's the easy road out.
Mhm.
It's hard work to fix or overcome or to appropriately deal with something like that.
Right. That's one of the big reasons, yes. And to extend it institutionally, it was so they could go,
If they don't get the labels that they want on these children, they may not have a job. They may be out of jobs.
Well,
I don't
they
know.
would
It's almost
be.
part of their raison d'etre. you know.
that's another part of it. So there's a lot of, yeah. There's a politicization. I can't say that word. Yeah.
And also coming from a parent's point of view,
Yeah.
I have a child who has a label, and it is actually helpful in school. He has a writing disorder. So by having this label, it enables him to be able to use a computer keyboard instead of having
Right.
to write. And so it works to his benefit to have
Yeah.
that label
Yeah.
at school.
Yeah, so that's the plus. The plus side of it is that parents often feel very relieved because they have a way of explaining. So I support that, by the way. And it's not that I don't support diagnosis. I have to make this very clear. I don't think I made it clear. What I don't support is the thinking around the diagnosis often, right? The thinking around diagnosis is then what can happen, is very common to happen, is then your identity gets fused with your diagnosis. So extending on what you were just saying. So yes, it's often for the parents would bring the kids in who didn't get the diagnosis because they wanted them to have special ed. And they could only be in special education if they had the diagnosis. It's the law. And so it didn't mean they didn't need special help, but it was kind of sad that that's the avenue they had to spend $2,000 to get an assessment. And often we wouldn't give it. Of the 100 cases, say, that came in for a diagnosis, many of them were reaffirming the diagnosis. Very few of them were parents who didn't want their child, who their child had the diagnosis and they wanted it somehow validated that they didn't have it. Very few. It's interesting. That's just the culture. I think it did happen a few times that parents objected to their child being diagnosed with ADD or ADHD and came to us to get it taken off, because I don't think they would have thought of us as doing that. However, the interesting thing is, because of this director who was sort of very suspicious of psychopathology, even though she's trained as a psychologist, I mean, she was very highly trained, just understood the politics around diagnosis and the business around diagnosis. And so we actually, surprisingly enough, of the 100 or so cases, let's say, that would come in for assessment, we actually gave the single diagnosis of ADD or ADHD only 5% of the time. Yeah. Now, usually it was a dual diagnosis. If they got a diagnosis, it was diagnosis as anxiety disorders or depression, or it was a family dynamics, which is not well, you can give a diagnosis for that, but very, very rare that a child received the single diagnosis of ADD or ADHD. Sometimes people weren't happy with us for that, but that's the way she was. She was very staunch. So what we would do, just to finish this labeling conversation, is so one of the things we did is we did interviews, because we really wanted to understand ADHD or ADD. So to have an expert opinion about ADD, where would you likely research that opinion? With the experts, right? Makes sense. And that's what most of the literature, all the most of the things written were by the experts. So we figured the experts were the kids. So we started interviewing the kids. No one had thought of that. I mean, they did have, diagnostic tests and instruments, right? Probably your child, I don't know, but anyway, you have to go through psychological testing, and then we'll do how many factors of ADHD or whatever the diagnosis is he has or she has, and we'll see if ruled out, rule in, all that sort of thing. So we thought, well, wait a minute, no one's asking the experts on this thing, the kids themselves. So we started interviewing kids. And one of the things we did, we said, look, we really want to understand this ADHD thing. We'd like you, could you become ADHD for us? Because you know it so well. And so we started interviewing, and I remember this, in particular, this one child. And before we're interviewing, but we hadn't asked that second question I just mentioned. We were just talking about, and he says, yeah, I have ADHD. And so we were very interested. We're interviewing him. We said, okay, well, what is that? And I think he was about 8 years old. And he said, and he gave the diagnostic description. And we said, wow, that's really impressive. I don't think I could do that. And we said, is that your description? And he said, no, I learned that from I've had this problem for 3 years and all the doctors I've seen. So I know what I have. Oh, that's interesting. And then we said, okay, we'd like you to become ADHD for a few minutes. And we want to interview ADHD. Makes sense, right? So he was, like kids will be, he was very willing and enthusiastic, and he was the expert. And so we asked him, as ADHD, how do you know what kids to attack? How do you know a kid when you see one, that is going to take you on? And he said, and they would describe different things. Well, what I really like are kids who are in a classroom. He would describe this classroom. For certain kids, it doesn't work. For that particular child, it might have been very structured, might have been very rule-oriented, might have been very uncreative. It works for most kids, but for certain kids, they feel it doesn't work for them. It's just learning style. It's not really learning. Oh, ADHD has something to do with learning style, huh? Isn't it? That's interesting. And then he said, well, later, when he was out of his role, we asked him again about ADHD and how he knew he had it. And he said, well, I know I have ADHD. I said, well, what is it? What do you have? And he says, well, it's really simple. I have attention deficit disorder. And we said, well, what is that? And he said, I don't get enough attention. And it does work in the sense that some children need to feel stimulated for some reason. It doesn't matter what reason right now. That they feel that the way they get their stimulation, that when they're not getting attention, they feel unstimulated. Okay, they've been maybe trained, recruited, or maybe just their biology is they need that stimulation. So, if they're not being stimulated by the classroom setting, the teachers, and just not that style of teaching or the classroom, then what do? They act out. They need the attention. They need to feel the stimulation. So we always said that kids will seek, this as parents, kids will seek negative attention before no attention. No attention is much worse. So anyway, I don't know where we got. So labeling. So if you're wondering about labeling, interview the label. Interview depression, interview bipolar disorder. Think about it that way, as if it's an entity itself. Maybe it's not, but as if it is, what's its intention? It's really interesting. Anyway, there's not a talk about ADHD. But labeling, they take on a life of their own and they become the thing. So they become truth. So I have no problem with the pathology or psychopathology or pathological labels. I don't have any problem with them as long as they're understood that they're just descriptions. That's okay. Then you work around the description. Okay? But somehow they move beyond that. 3. See, look, I got more coffee. I'm going to talk. I won't stop talking.
Are you good?
I don't know. Yeah, this is good. Thank you. Okay. Anything else came up at lunch? Okay. Okay. I really don't want to put you to sleep. I really want to make it useful, okay? Sometimes it's hard to. So when, so we're going to talk about problems a little more. I hope that's okay. We can switch gears and go to something else more entertaining, if that works. But problems, because we're not in touch with problems, I don't think. So when we talked about this morning about problems and how we talked about what are they, that sort of thing. Okay, so another way to help becoming more in touch with problems is to think of them in three categories. Okay, that's why I said that suffering is a tricky word, but problems is not, or complications. So in Buddhist psychology and theory, if we understand this way, there are many ways of thinking about problems, okay? There's one way. It's the briefest way, I guess I could say. So in the first one, in terms of physical discomfort, that's quite familiar to probably every living being. Well, at least animals and people. There could be some that don't have any physical suffering, discomfort. So I like to think of it as discomfort. Physical and mental discomfort. Okay? So it's the same thing as when you're feeling depressed or anxious, and you know it. And you know it's uncomfortable. That falls into this first category. Now, the funny thing is that okay, so this might help. Really, I want you to think about all the sufferings, when we talk about suffering, or problems, or discomfort, all these three that we're going to talk about. Let's go back from what we talked about this morning, that it's from the point of view of, if you can imagine, and everyone can, everyone, like when you're at your peak of happiness and living, you feel fully alive those times, maybe, when you're walking in nature, maybe when you fell in love, maybe when, times when you look at your children, or maybe at birth time for your children, that it's a state kind of beyond words, maybe in retreat. I think everyone has at least, I pray that everyone has these experiences, but maybe everyone doesn't. Probably in this room they do, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe only a moment in their life people have that. Am I communicating? Do you know what I mean? Okay. I think animals might not have that, for example, but humans, we have that potential. So then if you think just, maybe just close your eyes for a minute. We'll just imagine. So reflect on a time when you felt most alive, and that feeling of alive was, you would say it was very peaceful too. Content, peaceful. Zero in on that without squeezing. And just let it pervade your body, that feeling, that insight. More insight. The feeling accompanies the insight. Imagine a very spacious, extremely spacious mind. Everything is occurring within the spaciousness of your mind. You're like some clouds in a very clear sky. So the sound of my voice, the feeling of the cushion or the chair, sound of the trucks, the noise, all that's happening is it doesn't fill your mind, it just is happening, floating through the space of your mind. A complete sense of contentment, peacefulness, non-agitation. Just sit with that for a minute. voice comes up, distraction. It's just, all that's floating within the luminosity of your mind, okay? Doesn't matter, you don't fight it. It just arises and goes away, like a cloud. You don't have to try and make it happen because it's just happening. Okay, so just if that was just a moment or two, now, in juxtaposition to that, okay, and let's just imagine that a few minutes we had that feeling, that insight, that we'll just say, well, that is pretty elementary, okay? You can get a sense, wow, I could expand that. I can make it clearer, I can make it deeper, I can make it less foggy, right? You can improve on it. And how far could you improve on that? I hope you have the feeling that I could improve on that a lot. Like, the potential is huge, okay? When you think of the potential as being fully actualized, that's the awakened mind. Well, fully actualized would be enlightenment, full awakening. Then actualizing, how about actualizing, where all the time it was getting clearer and clearer? That's the awakening mind. That's the goal of mental health. I mean, I'm going pretty high here. I'm not going to balance. And sometimes I have to teach, and we're talking about balance, right? But let's face it, even balance is not that big of a deal. It's a big deal for people who don't have any balance at all or have any idea that the mind is so amazing. But for this group, we can imagine that there's this exalted quality of mind that's so far beyond what we're normally hung up in, okay? So now keep that in mind when we talk about the sufferings or the discomforts, okay? So the first one about the physical, it shouldn't be just physical actually, it's also mental. So see, these are things that get us away, pull us out of that mind, or substitute that mind. For example, and we're either in that state most of the time or potentially in it. And what I want to say is, if you're driving around the city with a bomb in your trunk, and you don't know it, but someone else does, like a police helicopter, trying to get you to, notice it. If you're looking down at that car, the people in it, would you say they're suffering? They don't know the bomb's there. What do you think? How many say yes, they're suffering? How many say no, they're not suffering? Ignorance is bliss. Is it? So from this point of view, they're suffering. Because, the potential for, the bomb's going to go off. The potential is there, and just because they don't know it doesn't mean they're not suffering. Well, why is everyone else worried about it then? Why don't they just say, "Oh, they're not suffering; it's okay"? They don't say that though, do they? They try to. Okay, so if you take, do you have a pin on you? No, you don't. Okay, so imaginary pin, not a pen, a pin. Oh, you can use a pen too. Take a pin, or a little ember. Is there anywhere you can touch that to your body that it doesn't hurt? Sometimes people say, oh, the fingernail. Okay, the fingernail. The nerves are everywhere, right? I mean, inside the body also, you can't take that pin and touch almost anywhere where it won't be, actually, not just painful, excruciating, right? Excruciating. Like that stupid thing about one nerve in our tooth, and we're just, do you have control over your mind? Can you get to that place we were just meditating on? You can? Really? You're good. Well, potentially we can. But you think about just taking a time, like the dentist hasn't even drilled yet, and we're suffering, right? He's just kind of holding the thing. We're sweating. Right? We're out of that clarity of mind. Even the simple one that we just had a few minutes ago. Not to mention, what our whole potential is. So that's considered being in a state of suffering because we have the potential right there. And by the way, that discomfort does come up all the time. Don't think it's just occasionally, like when you get hurt or you step on a thorn. If it's not there right now, okay, I have a challenge for you guys. Check your physical posture. Right? Don't move. Just whatever your posture is. Now don't move for 20 minutes. If you don't think you're in suffering, then you should be able to stay there forever. Okay, no one move. People are already moving. No fair. That's what we're talking. So to get familiar with what we're talking about, just because you don't notice, here's another way of saying it. Can you imagine becoming more like with certain children, people with Asperger's or with autism, right? They're very sensitive to stimulus, very uncomfortable with it. There's nothing really wrong with them. They're just more sensitive. Now, as we become better meditators and mind trainers, we might get more sensitive to things. It's not a good, it's okay in terms of process or progress, but there might be a time where you become highly sensitive. You can't sleep because you can hear you're so aware of every noise or something. It can happen. I'm not saying it's a good thing, by the way, but it can happen. Okay, because certain parts of you become awakened or awakened before that weren't awake before, to say. I mean, you got to keep going so that it's not disturbing, because it's the same problem as, if you hear the leaf blower and that harms you, So, you can't be. It's not just being sensitive; it's also about having armor. So as you develop your sensitivity, you should be developing armor as well. Does it make sense? Otherwise, you're just like this, becoming more of a pincushion, right? All of a sudden, you can feel even the air feels suffering, but that is kind of, as we become more aware, we realize how much we're constantly in discomfort. It's kind of a bummer. It's kind of a bummer, but the side effect of that is the body becomes more at ease too. It becomes hypersensitive. The senses become more and more sensitive, but more and more resilient. I don't know how I can say it any other way. So, otherwise, someone like the Dalai Lama, would he be crying all the time because he's so sensitive to the suffering of everyone? He's not crying all the time. Lama Zopa's not crying all the time, but they see this. The intensity of the suffering they see is nothing like what we see, I believe. Okay, they actually, they really identify with beings' unhappiness. So the idea of developing insight and awareness and sensitivity is we become more aware of this. But we have to understand it's not just awareness. It's also has to be coupled with wisdom, and we're not talking about wisdom right now. But it has to be coupled with wisdom. Otherwise you become just like a jellyfish. You can't do anything. You're just going to become like I don't know. Can you imagine? If you don't have the resilience and the wisdom to see all the suffering, you're going to collapse and have a heart attack. Follow me? Okay. So it's not emotion. This is not an emotional thing. That's what I want to say. I was reading Lama Yeshe this morning, how he talked about misunderstanding that compassion is emotional based. It's not emotionally based. Not in the typical use of the term emotionally based. It's not. But it's incredible openness. A huge expanse of openness. But to do that, we have to open to our own situation. So we have to open to this. We have to begin to see that when I got to stretch my legs, that's a bummer. That's from discomfort. That's from, quote, suffering. Okay, when I got to take a sip of coffee, when I have to take an Advil, when I have to lie down and have a rest, when I got to get different kinds of shoes because these hurt my feet, when I have to put my seat back in my car because my kid was driving and it's too short or too long. Actually, in my case, my kids are too tall, right? And you adjust it. So the mind is constantly adjusting. That's different than when we were sitting for those few minutes. That's not a peaceful mind. The mind is not at rest. It's not in contentment. And one of the conditions is this one, discomfort. And we can go on and on about the different ways we're uncomfortable. Do it yourself. Okay? You sit down for lunch, like we did. Oh, does that have walnuts in it? Can't have walnuts. Right? Oh, does it have meat in it? Don't eat meat. That's not me though, but someone else. Oh, apples? Does it have apples in it? Oh, is it cold? It's a little hot. No, it's a little cold. Right? We don't even know. We just think that's life. That is not life in context of what our potential is. It's like watching dogs eat dog food and thinking that's happiness. The dogs are so happy to eat dog food. Right? They're just like voracious. I have two, well, my kids have, living with me right now, have two dogs. And they're all, wow, the way they go into their food. Can you imagine that? We look at it and go, God, that's kind of pretty, what's not suffering, but it's not very high level happiness. We're the same. I can't wait to get to when Susan brings me this coffee. Can't wait. Why, what is the coffee doing? It's temporarily, I think it's it's relieving suffering, isn't it? Discomfort. That's been our whole life on this. Oh, I'm sorry. Think of it psychologically. You think really, really psychologically, it's pretty sad. Okay? Are you with me?
Yep.
Okay, the next one, thank you. So the next level, which is more subtle, is the changing nature of things. This is problematic, this is suffering. But this is where we live. We think this is happiness. See, the way it's described, just to make it simple, is we're hypnotized by pleasure. We honestly think our life, happiness, we do seek happiness, and that happiness is defined as how long I can extend pleasure. How much can I have it in my day? How much can I avoid the opposite of pleasure? And that becomes the meaning of life. And to the degree that we're hooked on that, because some of us are more loose about it, right? We like pleasure, but we kind of get it. And the less loose we are about it, I have a challenge to you guys. Just help me with this research. I want you to just think about people who, you can go either from the point of view they seem really unhappy, or you can go from the point of view they seem really ambitious for pleasure or achievement. And tell me if you think the degree of those equals the degree of mental unhealth. Because in the past I've worked, say, with Silicon Valley executives. Now I have my new definition of happiness, mental health. And these are successful, well, they were men. I didn't work with a woman executive, I don't think. So, they're successful men. And if you're not careful, you think, God, I really wish I had what they had. Until you change the conversation and you start having, that meditation we did, and then you go, you begin to understand happiness, because we all want to be happy, they want to be happy, they're doing their thing because they want to be happy. But I've changed my definition of happiness now to where it's a balanced, healthy, insightful, clear mind. And then what their experience of happiness, this achievement, one of my clients sold this company, it was only 5 years old, Leslie years ago, and sold it. It was the highest sale in Silicon Valley at the time, for $7.8 billion. And he had started only 5 years before. And he was not Buddhist, but he somehow, I don't know why he liked me. I was his coach. He was written up in Fortune. I was on the cover of Fortune magazine. It was my peak of my samsaric success. Didn't go anywhere. And so, but I used to ask him what his philosophy was. You should always ask people what their philosophy is. Very fascinating. Everyone has a philosophy. Do you know that? Everyone has a philosophy, and then their life is run from their philosophy. And philosophy what? Philosophy of what success is or happiness? Everyone has one. That's why they do what they do. Right? They have some mental model in their head of what happiness is. And that mental model is their philosophy. That their philosophy is captured by that. So I used to ask him what his philosophy was. And his was, well, his mantra or his tagline was, you can have it all. Now, here comes the Buddhist out of Nepal, living in a monastery with these monks who, in poverty, studying, retreats, and then I sat there. I think I have enough social grace to not just start laughing or something. I thought, wow, I got to work with that. So over the months, years, then I found, so I asked him, well, how do you know when you have it all? Because, we'd think having it all, you can never have it all, because there's always more to have. But he had a, what do you call it, what's it called, a model or a outline or, so, huh?
A paradigm?
A paradigm, yeah, and the goal, like how you know when you're there. I won't ask if you know, because I don't think it's just too bizarre, but how do you know when you're successful at having it all? What do you think? His wasn't even that. His was when he could have his private jet. It had to be a jet. I learned this from him. I didn't know. There's two kinds in general. There's two kinds of private jets that executives or successful people have. One of them you can't stand up tall in, fully in, and the other one you can. So it had to be the one you could stand in. And of course, where I'm in a very, kind of what do you call it, extreme area, where Silicon Valley, and in the San Jose airport, there's all these famous people that have their jets lined up there, So he wanted his jet there at San Jose airport, and it had to be one of the stand-up kind, and it should only represent 10% of your net worth. So that's sort of the formula. So if you're going to buy a jet, you could only afford the jet. So if you got a stand-up one or not, it depended on whatever your net worth was, and then 10% of that. So the one that you could stand up in those days was $40 million. So your net worth would be $400 million. So he sold the company for $7-8 billion. So if you do the math, it was publicly owned, but you can assume he did pretty good. But it was bought by another company. I think I have to be a little bit careful about disclosure. And then the tech bubble burst a few months later. And the value of the shares went from $50 to 50 cents. He didn't get his jet. I'm sure he had, he did okay. He's still fine, but I guess he didn't get his jet. You can have it all. So what is our philosophy? Right? So that's why I put that slide there. In terms of change, do you know, so this is a suffering, okay, this is a dissatisfaction, this is a dissatisfied mind, because if you're like me, what happens is I don't notice change. One of the human conditions, one of the parts of the human mind Okay, one of its afflictions, for lack of a better word, is that it doesn't see, well, the affliction is it doesn't see reality. Period. Okay? And we're going to talk about that sometime, a few minutes now. So one of the things it doesn't see is part of reality is that everything is changing. Right or wrong? Don't agree with me until you know. Is everything changing or not?
Yes.
There's a few things that don't change. So in Buddhist language, everything changing, the technical term for that is impermanent. Impermanent, and then the opposite is permanent. So that's different than, I'll just cut to the chase, that's different than eternal. Because people say, oh, well, like the universe is permanent, or the world is permanent, right? That's common, like, but that's not. It's impermanent. It's changing moment to moment. So the definition of impermanence, not a definite, well, that we could say for now, the definition of impermanence is something that changes moment to moment. Okay? So anything that's impermanent is also changing moment to moment. We might say this building is impermanent. Well, that implies it's also changing moment to moment. And we know from science that the atoms are in a state of change, correct? Anything material, anything atomic is changing moment to moment, so that covers a lot. Okay? So the nature of this building, and so my body and your bodies and these cushions and like that, changing moment to moment, right? Like a million miles an hour. Are you seeing that? I don't see that. I see something else. Okay? What I see is permanence. Now I know intellectually know it's all changing. I can even see you moving a little bit and there's a little change, right? But actually my mind is constructing it as fixed, permanent, static. Okay, even you might see the cars drive by, but the way you see the cars drive by is as slides. Static, 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 static. It's happening very fast. But we don't see it as impermanence. Because remember the other night, so we met this morning, and now we're meeting now. And I'm going to bet you think you're the same person. Okay? What happened to the person this morning? Is that who you are or not? Maybe, maybe not. But we feel ourselves as, right now, we hold an image of ourselves and each other, and that image is fixed, permanent. It's not moving. Even though there's nothing permanent about us right now. I don't think there's anything I can find that's not moving, but we don't see it. So now let's make it into human kind of basic level. Because our goal is to feel good, and we think that feeling good is pleasure. Pleasure feels good, doesn't it? So then the idea is feel more pleasure. And when I'm not feeling pleasures, I don't feel that good. And so what happens is we come in to the pleasure and we hold it as permanent, fixed, because we think it is. We think it's fixed and permanent. That's a misconception, isn't it? So that's the psychology around it, is that we're in a state, that's another setup. Like I said, when you become really aware, you find that you're more uncomfortable than you think in your body. You feel like this isn't so great. Well, now I take it to another level, and the pleasure and happiness that we're experiencing isn't so great either. It's misconceived, actually. It's merely constructed. How much pleasure do you feel right now? Probably not much. I mean, it's okay, sort of neutral. Yeah. That's what we're living for? Or are we living for when this talk finally ends and we can go get some higher pleasure? And go for a run, or go for a hot cup of coffee, go to the fair.
Hey, we're all here voluntarily, so it must be good.
What's wrong with you? You see, that's what we live for. Isn't that funny? And even while we're sitting here, why are we? What were we looking for? I mean, you guys are pretty much a big minority, a significant minority, because the reason we could say the reason people aren't here is it's not that pleasurable, right? The reason people are here is because you know there's something more. You really want to say something, don't you?
I think Buddhism probably makes it, oh, when you meditate, you'll be so happy. I think sometimes I feel it's a wrong concept to give to people.
Yeah.
Because they first have to go through all the emotions.
I know.
And they go through depression,
Yes.
facing fear.
Yes.
So I think we don't have to sell meditation as, oh, you'll be happy. I think that's how I feel.
I'm not sure this is what you're saying, but one mistake is that meditation is to be happy. Meditation is not to be happy. Meditation is a therapy. It's an intervention. It's a technique that the result is happiness. But just like therapy or just like a root canal, it can be painful. The reason we do root canal is because the ultimate, not ultimate, but the goal is you get better health. And you get, just in a relative sense, you're going to be happier because the infection's going to be gone and that sort of. So I think meditation's like that. Now, it is also, meditation is also, though, eventually, the door, the vehicle to develop that happiness. So, in fact, meditation then does become synonymous, aligned with happiness. Does that make sense? Yeah. But I agree with you. The process itself is work till a certain level. Then you don't work at your happiness anymore. It starts generating on its own and you nurture it like watering a plant through meditation, different meditation techniques. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the West it seems to be presented, meditation is presented as something like you're going to get this, you're going to be happy, you're going to be so much more, stable and peaceful. And it's always been more helpful when it's presented as you're not going to get anything. Here's what you're going to lose. And then the anxiety and the sadness and the hyper or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Particularly at the earlier level, I think that's a better way to present it. At a more complete level, you do achieve things, right? Through meditation is the only way to achieve certain things. So you do achieve, but I think it's better in the beginning to educate people that it's more about shedding problems, shedding anxiety, shedding depression, and that sort of thing. But let's not lose sight that further down the road, you start incorporating. For example, one of the let's just say the compassionate mind that is in us, the mind of compassion, love and compassion, and warmth and affection are there, but they're blocked by the afflictive minds. That's one of the unfortunate qualities of the afflicted minds, like anger and hatred and jealousy. They're stronger, in a sense, than the positive minds for a while. And so, what you said, like, really part of the process is you subdue those, you shed those negative minds, and then the positive minds do start activating. Even like that positive mental factor of concentration starts activating. Okay? So it's not, so I just for this, it's not just shedding, that's first, but then thank goodness, there's also all these beautiful qualities of the mind that then we begin to accentuate. Okay? But to say that first is a little tricky. I think it's not helpful to people. I think it's helpful because then they start grasping at that anyway. peace. Yeah, I'm going to get peace. I'm going to get love. I'm going to get compassion. I'm going to get wisdom. I'm going to get... And you cannot get those without shedding, or at least confronting the negative afflictions first. And that should be told to people, because that can be a hard process, right? We know it can be tiring, it can be very tough, it can be depressing, it can be sad, you get discouraged, for sure. Okay, so nature of things just means, how are you, anybody here have got like a flat screen TV recently? HD, 4D. How did you feel when you were looking at that in the store? Do you remember that? Kind of a buzz. How did you feel when you set it up at home? Different than you feel about it now, right? Now it's just, oh yeah, I got that, it's part of the furniture or whatever. That's what the problem we're talking about. When we approached that TV, we approached it not consciously, but we were convinced in that pleasure, happiness that they gave us. And subconscious, maybe not in this group, but generally for people, next thing they think is, I wish I had enough money to buy a television every day. And they don't think that actually, but they look for that pleasure, that buzz, that high, that pleasure. I want more of it, and boy, people with money can have more of it. So that's how that thing about success and materialism can get out of hand, because it's from ignorance. Once you know that doesn't work, it's like what they say is like drinking salt water. Okay, it makes you thirstier. Once we know that, it's pretty amazing with people that some people we know, make a lot of money, say, and they don't overindulge. It's not very common. Why? Even for smart people, why is it still not? Why do they still buy a boat then, or a second home, or go traveling? Why? Even though they might know materialism or that pleasure doesn't make happiness, but they don't stop. Why? Yeah.
They don't know what to do. They don't know the other option. They don't know what to do.
Right.
That's the only option, right?
Okay, and we'll talk about it more. Remind me to elaborate on that. Is true. I agree. And there's one other point to that
habitual patterns.
Huh?
Habitual. It's patterns.
Yeah.
It's a matter of you get these seeds planted and they
Yeah.
just keep.
Yeah. That's the second part of it.
Spread.
Right. Yeah, that's right. So, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Okay? I always say that. You must not believe me anymore. Okay, so that's what this thing is. The changing it. We do not, when you buy your new car, you do not see your old car. You do not see it as old. When you go to buy a new car, you don't see how you see it when you get rid of it. But that's part of your new car. But you don't, and if you say that to somebody, what are you talking so negatively about? What do you mean? It's not, and it's really not negative, it's just factual. As much of your new car is its demise. That flat screen TV? You had the same buzz around that in 1994 when you bought your solid state TV or whatever it was. You had the exact same feeling. And then that TV became a burden. You can't even get rid of it. You got to pay someone to take it out. But that's inherent in the TV when you bought it. But we don't think about that. It's kind of a downer. I went and heard this guy, Karuna Cayton, such a downer. It's not a downer, right? It's because by not seeing that, we set ourselves up for the discomfort and unhappiness, lack of pleasure of when the TV gets old. Now, some people don't set themselves up so bad. I know a lot of people say, I don't really care that much. I mean, I like having the TV, but, it's just another piece of machinery or something. You hear people say, like about cars. About cars. Now, I'm going to be really kind of not politically correct for a moment. I think men have different attitudes about cars than women. Thank you. Anyone else think that? Thank you, David. Yeah, I just do. I just think men are like more like into how the car is. And I think, I'm generalizing, so, but women, it's like more of a tool. It's a utility. They like it and like that. But men are kind of ridiculous around cars. Can be. That's not all men, but okay, I won't go there anymore. I'll get in trouble. If my wife is watching this, I'm really in trouble. She hates it when I do that. Okay, so think about computers. Same thing. Remember that computer you had, that 1992? It was like the best thing, you know, with little floppy drives and. Yeah, TRS-80. But seriously, how you felt when you got that is exactly how you felt when you got your new desktop, 2 months ago. There's no difference in the subjective experience. We exaggerated, it's exaggeration. We exaggerate these things. Like when they say, I can't say it anymore, when they say, oh, have you tried, Karen's pumpkin pie? It's to die for. That expression really bugs me. I know, but they can't. No, it's not. It's not to die for. Because then it becomes indigestion and stuff like that. Remember your first car? Who remembers their first car? How was your feeling about that when you got? Yeah. Why didn't you feel that like that 2 years later? How long did you feel that way about it? So that's agitating the mind. That's my point. That's taking you out of the clarity that we talked about a little while ago. Okay? My encouragement to you, the spiritual, like the meditators, they, as they develop this quality of mind, what's happening is they develop a quality of mind that is so much more fulfilling, that when they come across a new car, it doesn't work for them anymore. It's like us looking at dogs, so excited about dog food. So new cars, new computers, they understand that you get a lot of pleasure. It just doesn't work for them anymore. And we can be like that too. Wealthy people, it's really interesting, whose philosophy is about more pleasure equals more happiness. Have you ever seen what happens to them? I have. Anyone else hang around wealthy people enough? What happens? Well, first, they go from one thing to another. So maybe their thing isn't material things. This happens, right? I mean, it's not like, maybe their thing is traveling. Okay? And then, so the first thing is they start going to places I always wanted to go to Europe. They go to Europe. I always wanted to go to Scandinavia, and they go to Scandinavia. And then they, I'm going to do this and do that, and they go there and go. Then it's pretty much like, well, it's really tiring, that kind of travel. Let's take a cruise. Let's go by a ship. You notice this? This is what. So they go start cruising, and they go for a 2-week cruise. And pretty soon they're going for month cruises. Then they're going to more exotic areas. And then what? They find a better cruise line. Because now they went from whatever to whatever. Anyone know this dynamic? Am I the only one that? Yeah. Okay. And then they're cruising. And then they're cruising 4 or 5 months a year. And of course, on the cruise, it has to be a certain cruise line. And then the cruise line, they go and they have to be in a certain standard of cabin. Anyone go on a cruise before? How big was your cabin? And then did you know people who were in bigger cabins? And you kind of peek in while you're, yeah. Hey, they got a table in there.
Next to the engine.
Yeah, that's right. Balcony, yeah, that's right. Balcony. That's what happens. Okay, so when I asked you, do you know what happens? What happens is, it's very, very, very sad. What happens is they become bored. And the food is fantastic, right? And then the top line's even more fantastic. Entertainment and exotic places. And you get more and more, more and more bored. Because their philosophy of happiness is pleasure. Now their pleasure is from that mandala, that arena. Another person's pleasure might be surfing, right? And going to the best surfing spots in the world. It doesn't matter. It just depends on people's personal. Another person's might just be reading good books, like we talked about. Golf. Well, that really is that really is happiness. That's the one exception. Thank you.
Have you traveled to exotic golf places?
I actually have. Yeah. Well, somewhat. You see, you spend all the money to travel to exotic golf places, and then you maybe go, okay, I'm going to go on a golf cruise. They have them. And then it's like to Scotland and Ireland and Wales, and you get there, and the weather is terrible. It's sunny. Then when you come into the port, it's raining, and you already paid for it, so you got to go out and play in the rain. Shoot 95. Then you're really upset, and you spend all that money. It's just, it happens in everything. So that's the suffering of change. Okay? We're hypnotized thinking that's the happiness. Fine to go on cruises, fine to go on holidays, fine to play golf. Just don't be hypnotized. It's not the happiness we're seeking. And you go there, what happens is your heart opens up because you start playing with guys like Benny, who that's all he has to be happy. He thinks that's going to make him happy. You go on a cruise and you know better, but you look at everyone around you and they're convinced, and your heart just gets actually quite sad. That's the opening of the heart we're talking about. Okay? That's the empathy. That's compassion starting to open. Okay? That's a good thing. It can be tough in the beginning because of the sadness. You can have it all, remember that. Now we're getting to the most interesting one. Is everyone okay? You want a break? Do you need a break? I'm just blah, 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 blah. Anyone want to say something? Yeah.
Does when your practice is advancing, do you have the same problem with that you get to a certain level in your practice, then you accept it and you always want more too?
Definitely.
So it's the same type of a thing
Definitely.
with your practice.
100%.
But
in fact, that will happen. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, so that's you just deal with it and you're motivated to go to the next level.
I'll tell you why. Exactly. Because this thing that we're talking about with the cruise ships, the golf, all that, it's very, very deep. So we're talking about it in some ways in a little bit superficial way, aren't we? And then when you get more deeper into it, where you notice this, where your wisdom and understanding and your development really happens, is when you're sitting meditating and you realize your mind is doing that. Okay? You've just changed the object, but not the dynamic. Now I'm going to make something clear. Changing the object is better. It's still a better thing, because if your object is hunting, and I don't want to be gross, hunting versus cruising is probably better. But it's still the same ignorant dynamic, misunderstanding dynamic. Then you start meditating, and yes, 100%, and it makes me a little sad, that because of our habituation with materialism, with pleasure, we now have just redirected to a new object. The difference is with meditation, if it's, my bias is with Buddhist meditation, is as you keep trying and trying and trying and trying, the quality of the Buddhist approach is eventually going to confront you. Because when I think I answered your question, but just to give a little story, when I was early days in Nepal, the year and a half I was there before I came back here for a year and a half, I had, like many people have the experience, that first year or so was very, when I was in my honeymoon stage with Lama Yeshe in particular, it was mind-blowing. You know, I felt like I finally came home, you know, which I know a lot of people feel. And that feeling is so, I don't know how the word, you know, it's very, what's that?
Ineffable.
Ineffable. It's stunning. It's whatever we, you know, I don't know what, yeah. It's like you feel hopeful, you feel happiness, you know, for the first time, and in terms of, you know, inner potential, inner peace, you know, that is really possible. I think my meditations were pretty good, you know, for that, at that time period. And, you know, I just felt very encouraged and spiritual, you know. And then had committed to do a 3-month retreat, which many people do, this retreat, particular one. And I've always been sort of a non-group retreat guy. And so I think it's just my romanticism. So I went up into the one area, the Himalayas, Nepal, and to do this retreat. And I was in a little tiny rock house, about 3 hours walk from the nearest village. And right nearby was a cave that this one great yogi had meditated in a couple hundred years before. It was well known, you know, in that area as a pilgrimage spot, but there was nothing around. 3 hours. There was one tiny little retreat monastery there, but just with one hermit living in there. And then I was probably a couple hundred yards over there in this little rock hut. And I can't say why, but I suffered like you can't believe. Mental suffering. 3 months. It wasn't my expectation. You know, I had this whole thing, you know, it's a completely different expectation. Because I was meditating pretty well up to that point. And then the thing hit the fan. Because these techniques work. And work means what we were talking about before, it might be a lot of hardship and crap that comes out. Because you got to get rid of the manure before you can plant the fields. You know, it becomes part of the field. So this is personal, you know, that was my experience. And oh man, it was really hard. Probably the hardest thing I've ever done. Because emotionally, not physically, it was not that hard. I mean, I was young, so physically it wasn't hard. Even though I never saw anybody, once a week, one Sherpa friend, who I made friends with, brought me my food once a week, put it there, and then I would cook, you know, there's rice and potatoes and stuff like that. So when I got back to Kathmandu, and then I met with Lama Yeshe, and he says, "How was your retreat?" It's like, I had a heart attack, you know. And I told him, you know, how hard it was and like that. He listened. And I said to him, Lama, I'm so glad I didn't die during that retreat. He said, well, why? And I said, if I had died, I would have gone straight to the hell realms. That's how my mind was. It was so disturbed. And he looked at me and said, how do you know? He said, I think maybe it would have gone to the God realms. Okay? So I don't say that as a compliment. I say that what was the problem is that I think my earlier days of meditating, I just brought in, you know, my materialistic, pleasure-oriented, you know, mentality, and I had it worked for a while. And then reality hit. Okay? Because eventually your neurosis is going to come out. And you got it. We all have it. Different degrees, you know. So that's my long answer to your question. That I think to meditate properly takes a long time. And it's never improper. It just goes through more properness. You know, more authenticity or more accurateness, accuracy. Bigly. Sorry. Okay, so thanks. That's just my opinion. I don't know what other people think, but that's my opinion. That the mind that we're talking about is so habituated, so old. You know, if we really believe in previous lives, which then it's been so established for so long that of course we couldn't just shift like that. We shouldn't think so. You can see a small progress.
That was a helpful thing going through that 3-month period. You needed to do that.
Oh yeah. It would have happened at some point if I stuck with it anyway. Maybe it would have happened over a longer period of time, maybe been less painful. But that was just my own personal predicament, you know. Yeah, it wasn't fun. I don't think there was a fun moment in the whole thing. I had these mice running across my legs. I was trying to meditate, and then we had this thing like, if you get up from your cushion, then you have to start over again. You know, that's technically what. Then they were running. I had this little altar in front of me, and they were running across and spilling the water bowls onto my legs. And I thought, I can't get up because I can't start. If I have to start again, it's hours more. It's like that. It's difficult. So the last of the 3 problematic conditions was referred to as pervasive dissatisfaction or ignorance. So now I can tell you that in Buddhist psychology, the one way of interpreting it is that, you know how we were talking about earlier today about Western modern psychology and how they explain problems and what the causes are? You remember? Sometimes it's your family upbringing, sometimes it's your relationship with your mother. Now, even today, of course, in the last several years, it might be biological, right? DNA. And no one knows quite what to do with all these different things. Which one's right? And okay, and then or it might be your conditioning, might be your family history, and like we were saying, you know, well, if you get the diagnosis, now I know that, you know, he was born with it or whatever. It's helpful. But what is the real cause of all these? Is in Buddhist psychology, there's only one diagnosis. Only one diagnosis. In narrative therapy, I like that they also had only one diagnosis because they were anti-pathology. Their one diagnosis, really cool. I don't think it's fit for the Buddhists, but their one diagnosis was stuck. It's very helpful. It's very helpful when you're just talking on an ordinary relative situation with people. You don't have to cite, someone, you're working with a child who's having a problem in school. You know, if you start talking about, is it reading disorder or dyslexia, or is it ADHD, is it depression, is it family? You go through all these things. It's hard to know where to start. But if you back up and go, someone's stuck here. By the way, the teacher will be stuck, the parents are stuck, and the child is stuck. And you can have a different conversation. How do you unstick? It's quite helpful because it's a little bit, it's less pathologizing. And pathology with children, while it's a good explanation, we have to be careful. It's okay, but as soon as the pathology starts to fuse with their identity, that's where you start getting in trouble. I'm ADHD. I'm oppositional defiant, meaning I'm a problem kid. Things like that. For the description to be there, we need a description. That's okay, but it's very hard for those descriptions not to become totalized, okay, and infused with the person's identity. And it doesn't matter if it's child or adult. Only difference is for child, and sometimes it's harder to break out of that because that becomes their identity that works for them and for the parents. So these are delicate things, but just to throw that out. Now, in Buddhist psychology, the one diagnosis is, it's right up there on the slide, ignorance. That's very, very fascinating. So all problems arise from ignorance, not from your parents, not from your DNA. Pretty phenomenal. Not from your social situation, not from how you grew up. And those are all conditions. So I'm not, just to make clear, I'm not denying that those are important factors. So we're not talking about the conditions right now. We're talking about the cause, direct cause. Direct cause is ignorance. And what do we mean by ignorance is very specific. Okay? One way we could say that's the definition of ignorance. We see things that are not there, and do not see things that are there. Geshigele. Okay. Is there a hole in the sidewalk? Is there? Is there not a hole in the sidewalk? There's something there, right? Looks like a hole. Okay, we say there's not a hole. Does that mean is there nothing there? Come on. Is there nothing there? Yeah, there is something there. But what we're seeing is not there. Okay? Let me just go along with the image there. And what is there, we don't see. So for example, what is there is, this as a metaphor, is a flat ground. You know, it's just flat, and the way the drawing is makes it look like it's three-dimensional, or it has depth to it. But that's not there. And what we see is there. What is not there, sorry, we see things that are not there. So that's the thing we're seeing that's not there. That hole is not there. Do not see the things that are there. What is there are all these lines, this drawing. If you ever look at these drawings from another angle, they don't look at all like this. You know, they're drawn out very long, several feet, right? So, I don't know. I think this is where we, as Susan was saying, lunch today. You know, if we can train people, therapists, what is it going to be like if we had a group of therapists, social workers, that started from this understanding? Now, I haven't explained it all, but from the understanding that the root of all problems, particularly mental problems, okay, let's start, just emotional mental problems, is we don't see things correctly. If we don't see things correctly, that's a synonym for ignorance, okay? Just so we're all on the same page. Okay? One of the examples, and I'm not sure how far we're going to get in this course, you know, because we later, at some point I get into this more about ignorance as the root cause. Not at the moment. But just to say a few more things. So we see things as permanent. And there is no permanence there. So that's an example where ignorance gets us to see something that's not there and to not see what is there. This is a fact, by the way. It's not an idea. It's a fact. And it's interesting to me that in mental health, all the theorists have never really thought about that. They've never really merged in this area of philosophy. I mean, think about it from a different sort of step outside. That's kind of fascinating. It doesn't seem like it's going to be that hard to convince psychologists and therapist to think like this, but it doesn't. There's something wrong, right? There's something. It's not happening. I think they just don't take their thinking far enough. So let's think of a new problem. When you were speaking the other night about your daughter, and this is a problem, something we all face with our children or people, interpersonal dynamics. We have conflict, or we get frustrated, or we get sad, or we get irritated. So for example, when I was coming here this morning, Condola was driving, and I got warned about her driving.
See, everyone is familiar.
Yeah, but I have found her, but I have to say, and I am a sort of very critical driver. Okay, let's put it that way. When I say critical, I mean I drive fast, and I drive, I don't, not recklessly, I don't mean like that. I probably did before. But I see when, if someone's going too slow, I can get, anyone else get that? You know that it said 45 mile an hour zone we were in, and you were going 35? Did you know that? Yeah. I learned from her how, because when I'm in the other car, I'm going, what is this person thinking? Do you ever do that? Or are you one of the ones that goes 35 and a 40? How many go 35 and a 45? Raise your hand. How many people go 50 and a 45?
I just can't pedal that fast in the hamster mobile.
Okay. 50 and a 45 is most, so we're all in the same culture, right? And do you ever wonder what the person's thinking who's going 35 and a 45? Or do you know what they're thinking? I found out today. I had a suspicion. I've been trying to be more empathetic, developing compassion. I had a feeling what people doing 35 were thinking. Because also in California, we have, it used to be good drivers, and now, I think because we have so many immigrants, and they bring their driving rules from the country, that I can never understand on the freeway going slow in the fast lane. I'll never get it. But I'm trying. I have to be honest with you. I am really trying to understand, because I want to develop empathy and compassion. So I found out from Kadampa what it is. One of the reasons. What was it? Do you remember?
No.
I commented on it, in fact. She feels not so confident.
Oh, well, yeah.
Well, that's everything.
Well, that's such a chronic condition.
Well, it's not for me. Because when I drive, it's like, I don't know. I don't feel a lack of confidence. I could feel like that in in a huge snowstorm. We don't have snow where I live, for example. That was so helpful. Okay, so it was so helpful.
Do you think Karuna should be here when I have to be chant master?
Oh no, I haven't worked that one out yet.
Now when Geshe looks at me and said, "What tune will Condola sing for us?"
Yeah. No, that's one of my problems. I mean, no, I remember I spent a lot of years in the monastery, a lot of chanting, beautiful chanting, and so I have too much attachment around that. I'll work with it though if you do it, okay? And then you'll explain to me, and I ask you after the puja. I say, what were you thinking? I asked actually, how many people were at Light of the Path? Were you at during when Steve was leading the? Oh, you were, of course, leading Lama Chopa one day, and it took like forever. Do you remember that?
The 12-hour.
Well, it was. There was one day with Rinpoche. That was different. But no, the day it was a morning, and Lama Chopa was one of my mainstays, and so I have a lot of pride around it. And Steve's a very close friend of mine, so he won't mind me saying this. And I had to, when we finally got back to California, we had breakfast, and I had this, I got to ask him, what were you thinking? But I waited. We talked about other things. Because I was trying to think, how can I ask this question without sounding so critical to a Sangha member, right? And finally I did it. I figured out how to ask him. And I asked him, so Steve, that day when you took double time to do, and for me it was so slow. You were doing the prayer so slow, syllable by syllable. And he said, oh, really? I heard people thought I did it slow that day. I said, can you just tell me what were you thinking? Because I wanted to understand. Rather than just being critical, I wanted to understand. Because I heard other people say, wow, wasn't that fantastic the way he led that puja that day? So obviously, see, we come in with this idea of self-existence. He led it slow, bad. That's how we go through our life. That's ignorance. If it were true, everyone would have had a problem. So, even Hitler wasn't wasn't bad. Self-existent bad. If he was, everyone would have seen him that way. Right? Some people loved him. That's what we're talking about. Ignorance is when we go into something, we see it. Okay, what's the definition of reality? I said it the other night. Seeing things as they actually exist. Ignorance is the opposite. Seeing things how they don't exist. One of the ways we see things how they don't exist, we see them as permanent and fixed. Nothing here is fixed. Everything's moving. How many people see everything moving moment to moment right now? Including your minds. It's not very common. So we're not seeing things as they are we? So then we react. So all our reactions are reactions to things according to our perception. And our perception is wrong. That's mental illness. Because it's not physical that we're doing it, it's mentally we're seeing things wrong. So that has to be mental illness. From Buddhist description. Now, we're not going to go into the list right now, but how we see things incorrectly is quite interesting. And just that we don't see impermanence is not even the deepest or more subtle way we see things incorrectly. There's more subtle ways. I use that one because it's kind of people can get it. So when we go home tonight, and we're going to have dinner, okay, and just whether we're excited about it or not, we're going to see that dinner as something permanently existing that way. And we're going to eat it thinking it exists that way. And it doesn't. And you think, well, okay, so big deal. Does anyone think big deal, or do people know that's a big deal? Anyone wondering? Okay. It's a big deal because of what some people said earlier. It makes a habit. It reaffirms seeing things incorrectly. So if we say, you go to a David Copperfield show, and he makes the train disappear, is that a problem? Well, it is a problem if you constantly believe. When you see the train disappear, part of you kind of knows that didn't really happen. But when you see your food in front of you, and it disappears down your mouth and stomach, you think that really happened. It didn't happen that way. And over and over again, we become habituated to think that's how it's happening. That's a problem, because it sets us up thinking, constantly reaffirming that I'm seeing things correctly. And so, if your goal is to develop that mental clarity that we talked about, we have to break through the thing that's the opposite of the mental clarity. And one of the things that's opposite the mental clarity is seeing the world incorrectly that way, habitually. Right now, getting in the way of mental clarity is seeing things, we're looking at everything here as if that's how it really is. I don't know if you're not, but I'm just going to assume. Excuse me for making assumptions for people who don't see it that way. But generally, that's how it is. So we're all like engaging right now. I'm up here, you're back, you're there. So we're seeing everything, but we're all doing this incorrectly. It's kind of creepy. So that is, you want to know, yeah, so that is the problem. Now, as we get more into it, we go and look at more how things are seen incorrectly. And this incorrect way of seeing is what produces those three conditions we talked about. The mind will never be happy when it sees things incorrectly, because it gets tricked into thinking what is happiness. It gets tricked into thinking the cruises are what's going to make me happy. It gets tricked into thinking that if I can just spend more time with my grandkids, I'll be happy. Same thing. Nothing wrong with your grandkids. The thinking. And then what happens? You go to be with your grandkids and they get sick, or you get sick, or you can't get there. You know, that level of mental disturbance is considered mental illness for us. Because in juxtaposition to what we could be, that's a very, very small level of happiness. We're entitled as human beings to have much more. That's what it comes down to. As human beings, we should be, we're entitled, not entitled, maybe it's not the right, well, entitled, but we, you know, there's more, much higher. Okay. Okay, now we're going to switch gears. So we're talking a lot about mental, you know, mind. Where is the mind? And where's the mind? Is there a mind? Is there a mind? Okay, we can agree. Everyone agree there's mind? Okay. I guess I shouldn't jump ahead so fast, so maybe. Where is it? It exists. Where is it? Remember the hand exercise? We've had the mind as long as the hand, and we don't know where it is. That's so weird. I can tell you, we talked about the shape of the hand. Everyone can know the shape. Knows the color, at least for their hand, the texture. What's the color of the mind? What's the shape of the mind? What's the location? And the location of the hand is then in the arm. Where's the location of the mind? Is it atomic or non-atomic? Is it form or formless? Is it colorful or colorless? What is it? I mean, of course, I know there's many people in this class studying Buddhism, so, but I don't, you know, that's not fair. Because before you say Buddhism, you didn't have answers to those questions. And even maybe after studying Buddhism, you don't. Okay? Of course, the human mind has both positive and negative sides. But the negative is transient, very temporary. Your up and down emotions are like clouds in the sky. The real, basic human nature is clear and pure. That's what we're talking about. How many of us live in that clarity and purity? You know, that's what we're about, okay? That's the problem in approaching our dinner tonight in that way. That experience of our dinner tonight in our habitual way is pretty far from clarity and purity. I mean, for most of us. It doesn't have to be. When Lama Zopa Rinpoche eats dinner, he's no separation from that clarity and purity. That's the beauty of it. So it doesn't mean you have to give up your dinner, see? Lama Yeshe, he loved beautiful things. It enhanced his clarity and purity, actually. This clarity and purity also has not really any limits to it. It's, you know when they talk about Buddha as being omniscient? That's what it means. See, the level that we can, the level that the mind can be purified, it has an end to it. It can be purified completely. Once that state of complete purity is there, it is limitless. The mind's limitless quality becomes dominant. So that my point is, you know, for us as regular people, we engage in this practice, even we have insight into the clarity and purity of the mind, we still have, and that then the mind, you will be happier and happier. But it just gets clearer and clearer and clearer and clearer. Because it's very simple. It says your up and down emotions are like clouds in the sky. So what we do, many of us haven't even seen the clarity of the mind. But then, because those clouds that obscure that clarity, for some of us are very thick. So some of us live in the fog belt. Okay? There's a fog belt in California. Monterey, very foggy, a lot of times of the year. Some of us live in the storm, area, hurricane. Some of us live in the Rockies, high wispy clouds, but then big storms come through, snowstorms. Follow me? Metaphors for the clouds in our mind. Okay? Now, when you think about space out there, there's no clouds. Okay? So maybe that's a way of, it's a little metaphor, okay? Or above the clouds, maybe, in the sky. So the mind, its intrinsic nature is clear. Another thing we don't experience, right? Usually if you say to people, close your eyes, tell me what your mind is like, and say, oh, it's really foggy, or lots of thoughts, or, but very rarely can we get in touch with the clarity of it, okay? So according to Lama Yeshe, human nature is clear and pure. So we're not in access, we're not in contact, we're not accessing our clear and pure nature, are we? When Lama Zopa Rinpoche, when Lama Yeshe, when his Holiness Dalai Lama walk around, when they sleep, when they eat, there's nothing but clarity. Doesn't mean that these things aren't, by the way, it's not that this cup of coffee is in contrast to clarity. It's not. This is part of the clarity, but not for us. Solid. Any scientists here? Is this cup solid or not?
Yeah, it will be considered solid.
How much matter? Yeah. In this cup,
Yes.
how much matter is there compared to space? Percentage-wise.
There's always more space than matter.
It is, isn't it? I had heard, what science do you study, or are you?
Biochemistry.
Biochemistry. So in physics, right? My understanding is, or maybe it's quantum physics, but in physics, my understanding is they say, now, I don't quite understand, when they say universe, I don't know what they mean. How big is that? But they say that all the matter in the universe would, if you could get rid of all the space, all the matter would be a 9-foot cube. Think about that. Okay, maybe a 12-foot cube, or maybe a 100-foot cube, it doesn't matter. The point is that most is space, right? Why can't my hand just go through it then? Right, thank you. I'm so glad you said that. She said, I don't know. The reason, I'm going to be provocative, okay? The reason it can't go through, my finger doesn't go through this cup, is because of ignorance. It's because I see it incorrectly. And as a result of seeing it incorrectly, I respond to it incorrectly. It's very elaborate, this thing about not seeing things correctly. It's very elaborate. It produces our whole world. Solidness, all this stuff. When you start seeing things correctly, can you imagine? So if I saw this cup correctly, now I have a question for all of you. If I saw this cup as it is, which is mostly space, if I saw it that way, could I put my hand through it? It's a good question, isn't it?
Your hand?
My hand.
You gotta define yours. Hand.
Well, this isn't your hand, is it? No. The hand that's labeled as mine.
We used to take
We took Taekwondo when the kids were little.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'd have a board and sometimes 2 or 3 boards stacked on top of each other, a couple inches thick each.
Mm-hmm.
And if you saw those boards, like
you would break your hand, it would bounce off.
Mhm.
But the master would say, you visualize going through the boards.
Mhm.
And I mean, you could just break every board they were holding with your hand or your foot like that.
Right. It wasn't just technique, was it? It was also view. So if I had correct view of this cup, could I put my hand through it? Right. That's the answer. I believe, I don't know, I'm just going on theory. I believe if I saw this correctly, I could put my hand through it. Would you see me put my hand through it? No, probably not. Unless it's possible you could see it, because if you also had some level of correct view, you could see. There's a story of, you could. There's a story of one great sage, a Sangha, who meditated for 12 years in a cave on the Buddha Maitreya. And after 3 years, he didn't get anywhere. So he said, forget this, and he left the cave. I don't remember all the different ones. He saw a bird, and as he was leaving, he saw a bird that was flying in and out. I don't remember if I got the right order, but anyway, a bird flying in and out. And noticed that the cliff had been worn away by the brushing of its feathers. So he said, wow, if the bird could be that patient, I'm going back in. I went back in another 3 years. And then 3 years, he didn't get anywhere, so he came back out again. That's 6 years, right? And I think there was a drop of water was dropping as he's leaving his cave, and had made this large, huge pool full of water. And he said, oh, wow, a drop of water can do that. I'm going back in. And then 3 more years. So now it's 9 years. He said, oh, I can't. Didn't get anywhere. So he said, I'm out of here. He left. But then he saw, I think, an old woman making needles by rubbing cotton on some raw iron ore, like that. And a whole stack of needles next to him. And so again, he thought, oh, I'm just not patient enough. So he went back in, and then 3 more years, so 12 years altogether, not getting anywhere. So then he left. And he was discouraged, and he was walking along the road, and there was one dog with maggots, and all these wounds, and so he, in order not to damage the maggots, and also to, but to save the dog, he cut off part of his arm. No, that's next. And put the meat there for the maggots, because he didn't want them to starve. But then how to get the maggots from the dog's wounds to, so if he picked them up, he would kill the maggots. So he used his tongue and put them on. And then he took the dog and he put it on his shoulder. No, right then I think the dog turned into Maitreya Buddha. And he put it, and he was like, wow, I'm going to show everybody this. So then he put Maitreya on his back and was carrying Maitreya into the village. And everyone saw a dog. So one lady saw the foot of a statue, I think the foot, Maitreya. Because she had a little bit of karma, a little bit of insight. So I think if I could put my hand through this, that would be like that. We couldn't perceive. So I think that, when I was at Lama Yeshe, and also with being around Lamas, but particularly around Lama Yeshe, I think he didn't one reason I have a theory why he didn't live long is because he was so much wanted you to believe in the miracle of the mind. And so I think he kind of opened the door a little bit sometimes, little tiny crack. And when you're with him, you got the feeling like, whoa, what just happened? Like something was going on magical. I don't want to be too, what's the word? Woo-woo. That was exactly the word I was looking for. But many people had experience like, it's not like he flew up in the sky, or I'm not talking like that, but something happened, like, whoa, like there's something different going on here in this being. And you feel that with His Holiness and Lama Zopa Rinpoche too, if you're just with them a little bit, right? Yes, Susan.
So are you saying that depleted him and led to an early
Yeah, that's what Susan's.
Are you saying that depleted Lama Yeshe and that led to his early death earlier than
Yeah,
sort of normal?
I think that's the interpretation that was people would articulate. I don't believe that's the right I think that's one articulation, because that would imply that Lama had some sort of limitation in the sense of his. But I think what happened is more like because you see, to see Lama Yeshe is also to see him physically. See Lama Zopa, to see His Holiness. From our side, we have to have the karmic imprints. Because like right now in this space, there's countless Buddhas. There's all kinds of beings here, but we don't see them, right? Doesn't mean they're not here. We don't have the karmic imprints. So I think our karmic imprints ran out, that we could no longer see Lama that way. Because I don't think he had to die. Do you know what I mean, from his side? But it's not just dependent on his side, it's dependent on the student's imprints. We say karma. And ours ran out. That's what I believe. Now you could ask somebody else, Rinpoche or something, maybe has a different story. I mean, there's other factors, the conditions and stuff, but I generally think why we can't see him is only because of that. That's the only reason that that's just ran out. Those imprints ran out, so we don't have the imprint to see him. We might have the imprint to see him, though, or experience him, because he's a Buddha. So as our minds purify, we can, in theory, just like we, just go religious on you for a second, just like we make petitions to Lama Tsongkhapa, right? Well, it must be that we can have some experience with Lama Tsongkhapa. He died a long time ago. But we didn't have the merit, the karmic imprints to see the physical form of Lama Tsongkhapa, did we? It ran out, but I don't think that's from his side. That's my point. Yes. Microphone? Just.
I appreciate that. I kind of get how we know that our karma ran out and we won't see him again as such.
Yes. Yeah.
I'll leave it at that. But is it incorrect to say that his karma ran? It doesn't apply that his karma, like us mere mortals or whatever, or ordinary beings, when our karma is exhausted, that's what happens when consciousness goes on the horse ride.
Right.
So
I think if you see Lama Yeshe as an ordinary being, then that's a description, right? Yeah. But if you don't, if you believe and don't see him as an ordinary being, then that description doesn't work, because it's not that the Buddhas, we could say bodhisattvas, who don't have karma, but their karma is purified. It's merit. That's why they call it merit. It's just based on their compassion is manifesting. Not an ego identity is not manifesting. It's all this merit they dedicate, and that's what manifests. And there's still a being there. There's, it's not like just, but it's enlightened consciousness, right? I believe that. In Lama Yeshe's case, I believe that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate. That's our predicament. Okay, should we do a little bit more? Are you okay? We're going for another half hour?
Karuna, there was a question that was asked by Sherry earlier this morning
Oh.
about mind and medication and stuff, and they had to leave, but I would really appreciate it if you could talk about that before. I don't know, it might not fit in with where you're going, but...
Do you know if they're coming tomorrow? You don't know. Maybe they're
They probably, I don't know.
They said they're going to watch some streaming. Can you tell us if you're watching now?
So it may divert you, but maybe you could answer it for me later and I can share it with them if it doesn't fit in with where
I'm
you're
not
going.
sure. Yeah. I think I can say a few words. That's only fair. A lot of ways to talk about that. I'm not sure I have the whole I mean, I don't have the whole answer, of course. You know, let's see. So this is a Buddhist audience, so I think that angle is the easiest way to answer it.
Karuna, can you repeat the question, Neil?
The question was, this morning Sherry asked about if the mind is if mind is formless. Basically, what she's saying, the mind is formless. How is it that medication can work to alleviate, mental suffering in a sense, or like, right? And which is a very good question, very, very important question. Well, we didn't say what the mind was yet, did we? Oh gosh. Okay, remind me before we finish. I think I have to go into the mind, Condola. Okay. Yeah.
I knew what it was.
It's not fair, is it? It's like.
Bumping in.
No. You had to hold me accountable. Okay, here you go. The definition of the mind. Definition now we're saying. Not its quality. The mind. The definition of mind is it's clear or / sometimes they say luminous. Clear or luminous. And perceives. I like clear and luminous, and then I think the word experiences is a little more communicative than perceives, but you could say perceives. It knows things, it perceives things, okay? So for example, space is clear, isn't it? But it doesn't perceive, so it's not a mind. Now, I'm going to say something that may not be right, but just to give us we could say that plants perceive, don't they? But there's no clarity, so it's not a mind. It doesn't qualify. Okay? So there's no sentience. There's no consciousness. There's no being in a plant. There could be beings that dwell in plants, so we have to remember that. There could be all kinds of beings, not just insects, but maybe there's other kinds of celestial beings or spirits, so we want to be careful. We don't just randomly chop trees down in plants and things like that. But in and of itself, you're not killing anything if you're just killing the plant. It's a living organism. It's not sentient. There's no one experiencing in there. There's no mind that's experiencing. Unlike a barnacle. Okay, barnacle, there's a mind in there. You hit it, it experiences suffering. Some kind, I can't say how, what level, we don't know. Okay, so a mind is clear and knowing, able to perceive objects. And it's obscured by the afflictions, the delusions, the mental disorders. So depression obscures the clear mind, but it's also depression, for example, anxiety. They're all mind matter. Mind. I don't want to say matter because that sounds like atomic. Mind stuff. Okay, they qualify as mind. Clear? There's mental. So, it's beginningless. It's formless. And it's impermanent. Very important to over time get comfortable with these terms, these qualities. Okay. So formless means not physical, means it's non-atomic. It's not made up of atoms. When you have a dream, when you're dreaming, is that dream atomic or non-atomic? So if it's non-atomic, how do you explain the colors in it? Yeah, I'm assuming you dream sometimes in color. Isn't color atomic? So anything, we say anything perceived by the five senses, everything perceived by the five senses is atomic. It's form. I need to say form instead of atomic, because maybe atomic's not the right word. It's form. It's measurable. So when you hear like the sound of the air conditioner, is that form or formless? Yeah, it's form. Sound waves. Which means it's how about molecular? I think, which is smaller, atoms or molecules? Okay, so it's atomic. So I see your colors. So is that color atomic or not? According to this explanation. What is color made up of? Okay, our light waves. Where's the color? I heard that we see things, everything is just like light, like you're saying, light waves. And the color is then constructed in the mind. How is it that we see her green sweater? If it's just made in the mind, why do we all see green? Isn't it because the green exists? Isn't because okay, let's take the red cushion, so I'm not embarrassing you. The red cushions here, or maroon cushions. So that color is in the maroon cushion, or is it in our minds? If it's in our minds, then can't we just change it to blue? Yeah? Would it be blue then?
No, it's what we all agree on.
That's brown.
Brown, yeah. Okay, brown. I can go with brown too. So where's the color? Where's the atomic nature of that color? Is it just light waves? Is that the atomic nature of it? And then it's interpreted as that color?
The visual fields.
Hmm?
The visual fields. If your visual fields are playing.
Visual fields? Is the color subjective or objective?
Subjective.
How many say subjective? How many say objective? It's out there. We think it's objective for sure. That's how we see things, right? So I don't get it. If it's subjective, why do we say it's red? Why don't we see blue? Why don't we see whatever you want? If it doesn't exist in the cushion, then we can make whatever we want. So just like the color, so then is Donna existing objectively or subjectively?
Well, both, right?
Both. So there's two Donnas. Two Donnas. Really? Are there two of you?
Sometimes.
Two Donnas. So what does one Donna do that the other one doesn't do? Can one Donna sleep and the other one walk around and do work? No. Two Donnas. So two Donnas for you, and two Donnas for you, and two Donnas. So there's a lot of Donnas? There's an endless number of Donnas. I don't think so, is there? Yeah.
But the conventional Donna we can agree on.
Mm-hmm.
She's sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
No, you can't agree on it.
Is she there?
We don't agree on, but
We all see it
No.
subjectively. We all see it differently.
Yeah, we don't agree on the conventional,
Everybody sees it differently.
because
Mhm.
some people like me and some people don't.
Right, but could we agree does anyone think that there's Donna there with red hair? Is there Donna there with red hair? So we agree. We may not agree on our opinion of you, but I'm just trying to figure out where the Donna we're talking about is. Are you in my mind or are you out there? Both. So there's two Donnas.
No.
How can you be both? You're either one or the other. Donna. We know Donna.
She's there, but we each see her different. We each see her subjectively, but there's an objective.
So when you see her objectively, who are you when subjectively? When we're talking about Donna, which one are you talking about?
The subjective one.
Subjective one. So it's not the one that she is anyway.
Because I can know what she.
So why don't you say we're talking about just my hallucination of Donna?
That's not how we do it.
Well, we can change that. Why don't we just say my hallucination of Donna?
Because we get put away when we admit to hallucinations.
What?
We could get put away when we admit to hallucinations.
But what is it? Well, okay, in the security of this room, no one's going to be put away.
We're on tape.
We're on tape, on recording.
Certain people in trouble.
For the sake of people watching, he was saying that we can't say we're hallucinating Donna because we'd all be put away. We are hallucinating Donna. I'm going to say right now, we are. But what's the real Donna? So what? Let's say a little further before we answer that. I think we're hallucinating that red cushion too, just like we talked about Donna. So what's the real cushion?
An object right there
Uh-huh.
that we all see differently, but that object is there. That we all agree we see around.
And I'm going to go back. That's right, we do agree. But you say we all see differently, right?
Correct.
Isn't the definition of reality is that we see things as it exists? It exists as we
Right.
see it. So we're not seeing the reality of that cushion.
No.
Thank you. And we're not seeing the reality of Donna either then,
No.
are we?
No, that's moving to the ultimate, and I see a Buddha.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, if you do that with every human being,
Really? They're Buddhas? Every human being's a Buddha then?
ultimately, potentially, the seed in the
Wait. Back up. Ultimately is a synonym for really. So she's really all people are Buddhas. Really. So when Lama Zopa looks at everyone, he doesn't see their suffering, he only sees Buddha?
That's my delusion.
No. I agree with that. So if we're ultimately Buddha, that's what you said.
Buddha nature.
And you keep changing it on me now.
Yes, it's there.
Ultimately, it is there. So Buddha's obscured right now?
Yeah.
So the enlightened being that has no obscuration is obscured? How does that happen? That's contradiction of terms.
It's underneath it all. There's 84,000 onion layers that have to
It's
be
covered
peeled off
up,
to
but
get
he's
to
in
it.
there
Yeah.
pure. He's in there purely sitting there. The Buddha.
Not physically.
Well, okay, the Buddha mind.
Buddha mind, right.
That's
Help
interesting.
me out, Kandala.
So no, she can't help you. No, you and me.
Beyond help.
You and me, buddy. So that's contradiction of terms because Buddha is Buddha mind, because I know what you're saying, and not the physical. Buddha mind is fully pure, enlightened, omniscient, no afflictions, no obscurations. So if we say it's covered up in there, we're saying it's afflicted, it's obscured. Yes. Can't be. That's not the definition of Buddha.
It's a potential. It's a seed.
It's a seed. So when you talk about a redwood tree, and you have a seed, is that seed a redwood tree? By the way, it's not. I'll save you. You can't build a redwood deck out of that seed. So you need to think about it more, right? It's interesting. Sorry, I'm so thankful that you're allowing me to pick on you. But take it a little further. So,
Ask Don, I'm used to it.
no, that's good. That's how we learn. I really appreciate that. And but we have to. Are you following my thinking? Am I being clear?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I'm trying anyway.
Okay. Yeah. So we don't know. Hey, so let's get back to basics. Basics are we're confused, right? I'm saying these ideas too, but it's excuse me. Ignorance ignorance gets us to see things how they're not. Okay, does that make sense? How, we see things how they don't exist, but we believe they exist that way. And so, it's important discussion as to where Donna exists. It's absolutely essential. And don't stop having that inquiry. It's not out of bragging that 40 years I've been doing this. It's out of humility that 40 years I'm doing it. And I'm still asking the question where Donna exists. So don't think that like there's a correct, there is a correct answer, but in terms of perception, that takes time. You cultivate that perception. You cultivate. And to the point where, for example, the way that Donna exists is the central question. But there's 4 schools of Buddhism, philosophical schools. And one school says she's this, and one school says she's that. And it's not till the 4th Prasangika school that its description is the final, most subtle explanation. So even to understand Donna at the lowest school's explanation is a very profound view. Very, very, very profound view. Okay, almost like enlightenment. Almost. I mean, it's very profound. But it's not enlightenment. It's not the final way that she is. Now, what's the big deal how Donna is this or Donna is that, right? The reason it's a big deal, let's go back to basics. If I think Donna's like that, or this cushion's like that, and then I'm engaging with it, I'm raising my kids with that view, I'm going to work with that view, I'm getting married with that view. Who am I marrying anyway? See what I'm saying? So it's all like when sometimes they talk about illusion, that's why it's illusory. Okay? Rinpoche says sometimes, Lama Yeshe was fond of saying hallucinating. It's an hallucination. Sometimes you got to be careful with that word, because hallucination is seeing something that's not there at all. There's a Donna there. I mean, we haven't discovered how she's there, but let's be very clear, we're not saying she's not there. An hallucination it's not there, okay? So let's just be clear on that. Even illusory might imply it's not there. No, there's something there, okay? There's some kind of cushion, like you were alluding to. There's something there. Okay, there's a base, we could say. But you've got to be careful of that too, because when we say base, our mind automatically says the base is really existing there. I had a little bit of this discussion with Rinpoche in Mexico when Light of the Path didn't come here, but was last year down there. And surprising, because usually I keep my mouth shut. But anyway, someone set me up. It was the funniest thing. So I've been having this discussion similar to what we're having, but we're talking about 2 different schools. And one school says there is a base there, and then the Prasangika say no, there's not a base there. And so we're having a discussion. So this friend of mine is a monk, raised his hand during one of the Rinpoche's talks, 300 people there, right? Kind of like Light of the Path. Raised his hand and says, well, Rinpoche, and he starts asking Rinpoche the question he and I had been discussing. And Rinpoche's doing his tricky thing and making this guy, stumble over his words. And I don't know what I'm in front of you saying. I don't know, Rinpoche, I got it all confused. My friend was saying, that was me. And Rinpoche's like, what, huh? What, huh? So then I said, I'm his friend. And then I asked the question. And I did a little better, but it didn't quite come out right either. So, it's not like, this is the point. This is the point of our work. This is the point of the psychology, okay? When we see things as they are, believe it or not, the level of mental health, happiness, joy, compassion, bliss, whatever you want to say, is nothing like what we're experiencing now. Nothing like when I see an old friend. Oh, it's great to see you. Give a hug. It's not even in the same world. And then Rinpoche knows that. His Holiness knows that. Lama Yeshe, those lamas, those beings know that. And they look at us and say, come on, please. Please, I really want you to have this. Your excitement about going to your cruise is just nothing compared to this. Your excitement about dinner tonight is nothing compared to this. Your excitement about that person you fall in love with is nothing compared to this. It's not even in the same world. Okay? That's why it's so important. And yet, the good news is it's right here. You're carrying it around with you. I'm carrying it around with me, right? I am carrying everything with me right now to be there, to get there. There's no difference. There's no tomorrow. It's right here, right now. You know, when, for my friends who studied in Lam Rim, you know, talk about the precious human rebirth. Precious human, we think, oh, precious human, precious human, precious. The precious human, this rebirth is phenomenal, right? It's unbelievable. And it's nowhere but this moment. Right now. There's nothing else. There's no past. There's no future. So, if you're not living in your present human rebirth, then you're living somewhere else, right? You're living in your distractions, you're living in, like all of us, in your afflictions, your confusion, okay? So perfect human rebirth is another way of talking about this, about reality, okay? Okay. One last thing, because we're getting to the end, but I think I'm going to go through this really quickly. Okay? So remember mind. How many people here how many people believe the mind and brain are synonymous? Mind and brain. Brain. If we talk about mind, we're talking about brain. Synonymous. Same? No. Yes? How can you guys disagree?
They're your plants.
Huh?
They're your plants.
Yeah.
They're my plants, my shills. Wait, do you agree or not agree? I'm just going to
I
get this
guess we
straight.
don't. No. He said our synonymous.
Oh, we're synonymous.
The mind and brain are same thing.
No, darn. Anybody brain, mind, same? Oh, you guys are good. Even our scientist friend? Oh, good. Okay.
Seems like it. I will say it seems like it.
Seems like, well, and also the common vernacular these days, right? They throw them together all the time. And there's research going on that some researchers are supporting that they're the same.
Never in Buddhism, right?
Never in Buddhism, correct. No. And in most neuroscience, you know, Dan Siegel now, one of my heroes, you know, like I said, he's not a neuroscientist, although he seems like one, but he's more a researcher of neuroscience and collector. He has now come to the conclusion, and he's, by the way, not Buddhist, pure scientist. He's now come to the conclusion that the mind and the brain are not the same. I thought that's fantastic. Just through scientific inquiry. And you have to read his stuff to see what his logic is for that. Yes?
But they are closely related. They're dependent on each other, maybe?
Yes.
No, wait a minute. Because you could have a mind without a brain.
Could have a mind without a brain.
Yeah.
Can you have a brain without a mind?
True.
Sure. It's in a
But
jar.
Never mind.
But no, I appreciate what you're saying. I appreciate, you know, to keep things. Sorry?
Maybe
Maybe in the current way we are existing in this human body form.
I'll cut to the chase.
Okay.
Okay. Because these next few slides, we just have 3 or 4 minutes. The cut to the chase, and that means just because I'm cutting to the chase doesn't mean the discussion is over. Mind is dependent on brain. Okay. Mind is, and let's put it this way, mind is interdependent on brain. We can't say dependent because if there's no brain, there's no mind, which there is. When the mind consciousness leaves the body, the brain doesn't go with it. Okay. But like you were saying, they are interdependent. But you don't have to have a brain to exist. I think you need a brain to exist as a human. Yeah. That's the situation. Okay, that's the situation. But there's other living beings that don't have brains, but they have mind. I don't know if a jellyfish has a brain. I don't think so. Yeah. Okay, it's part of the human. But what's happened is that people are throwing around the words together, and they're convinced that a lot of scientists are convinced that everything is brain activity, and neurons firing. So let's just go through this real quick. This is from a friend of mine who some people know, Rasmus Haugard from the Potential Project. And please don't be too scientific with me. I'm not a science person. But I am fascinated by the recent research in neuroplasticity and neuroscience. And I think it's very helpful for us Buddhist psychologists and practitioners to just have a little awareness of what's going on in the field. And in fact, even what I'm sharing with you here is 5-6 years old. So in a sense, it's not current anymore. But there's a very, very good book that's written in fairly simple terms. And it's funny, the name of it, because it's not a Buddhist book, but it's called Buddha's Brain. Okay, have you read it? Yeah, it's good, isn't it? I mean, oh, you do. So is it Hansen who wrote it? Yeah, very good. You know, and I think it's good for us Buddhists to read it, or at least read some of it. You know, you get I see, this is what's happening. So, and these are these little adages that Daniel Siegel is fond of making, these little adages so the concept is in the brain. Now we're talking brain. That's why I made that transition. Remember the slide before was about the mind. Where's the mind, right? And this